Last time, you guys met with the council in the Athenaeum of the Far Realms. Had a nice discussion, and then got a tour, but within some questions answered by one of the acolytes there. Upon returning to the port city of Taurosis, a person made contact with you by the name of Yarrick, who told you about all these nefarious things going on inside the Athenaeum, and that he, would like your help in ensuring that the world doesn't end. To aid you in that, he had given you a special holy scroll direct from the Sea of the Masked Gods. A blessed scroll of temporal imprisonment, which, according to Yarrick, is the only way you guys can actually stop Zugtami before she takes over the world. Deciding you guys need more information, you headed over to the sunken library and the swamp that contains it. But you misaimed your teleport a little bit and ended up inside the cave that housed a Hydra. There was a fight. The Hydra did not survive. And now you guys are in front of the library, having passed through a shielding bubble that is outside via, Arturus holding aloft a book. And you find yourselves in the 5-foot wide entryway. You can see that it goes ahead of you about 20 feet before heading to the north and south at a T intersection.
Yes.
So what do you guys do?
Alrighty, let's see here. T intersection. If I recall, down to the south, we see a corridor, closed door at the far southern end, and a door in the eastern wall.
Do you walk up to the T intersection and look?
Why, of course I do.
Excellent. Yes.
I'm a wizard who leads from the front.
Yes, you do in fact see two corridors. The one to the south having a couple of alcoves, a widening, and a door visible. To the north, you can see another door, and before it continues on and turns to the left.
Alright, gentlemen, let's get going. And I'm going to advance down the southern hallway.
Alright. When you get to that first intersection there, you can see that those little alcoves actually terminate almost immediately after about a foot with a closed wooden door to your left and right.
Alright. I'd like to open... Oh, no. I'd like to open the western door.
Okay. You open the western door. So, this small room contains a, zombie-looking librarian, kind of hunched over a desk with a book in front of it. When you open the door, it turns around to face you and knocks over the stack of books that was on the desk, spilling books and parchment all over the floor. It kind of alternates looking at you, and then down at the books and parchment, up at you, down to the books and the parchment.
I'd like to mage hand, pick up one of the books, and hand it to the zombie.
Yes, the zombie takes the book, turns to the table, sets the book down, and then turns and looks expectantly at you.
I pass him another book.
Uh-huh. This process repeats several times. Eventually you help him clean up all of the books that got knocked over when you startled him. He then looking at you dead in the eyes, he grabs the door and closes it right in front of you.
All right. Other door. Eastern.
Okay. This opens up to a bit of a larger room, 10 feet deep and looking to be about 25 feet wide. 3 other closed wooden doors are visible on the opposite wall to the east.
All right, guys. Beta, Goulash. You remember that there's a hag in, I think it was the middle room? All right, looks like it's just Arcturus.
So what does Arcturus do?
Arcturus opens the middle door. And praise to God that Mind Blank helps if there's a hag in there.
Alright, so you walk into the room. Immediately, all sound ceases. You hear... You don't even hear the mouth noises you typically make as your tongue kind of moves around, or the footfalls of your boots on the stone. And you approach the middle door. You said you open it?
Yarhar Fiddle DD.
Alright, you open it, revealing a 5-foot wide, 10-foot deep, small little, room. A stone desk and a decrepit-looking wooden chair against the far wall. The dust is kind of thick in this room, and it looks like no one has been in this room for some time.
North door.
The north door, when you approach and open it, reveals a chamber much the same. Dusty, an empty desk, and a chair.
South door.
You go to the south door. This one's a little different. There's still room, there's still all this dust. But the chair is in flinders, around what appears to be a scorch mark on the ground. And a skeleton. Humanoid in origin. Looks, but not too tall looking. On the desk you can see a rolled up scroll of parchment.
I'd like to cast Identify on the skeleton.
Okay. Identify tells you that there is no magic affecting the skeleton that it can determine.
Then I'll identify the scroll.
Okay.
No, I'm not opening that.
Alright. It is a spell scroll of Bestow Curse.
Don't open it, you'll get a curse.
It is an active spell scroll of Bestow Curse. You know, that is a spell I don't have. Out of curiosity, does the paper feel magical?
Not innately, no. This is a spell scroll, so it's turned into magical type stuff from the spell being imbibed into it.
Right, but I'm not touching and going, yes, this is the magic tinglies.
Well, you do, because it's a spell scroll. They always do that.
Oh, okay. I guess we'll head down to the southern door. Southern room. Annex.
Mm-hmm.
3 by 2 by 2 square.
Yep, the 10 by 10 annex. You can see on the western wall there's a small little wooden bench, a couple of tall vases to either side of it, and some dead plants in them that look like they might once have been flowers. To the east, you can see, an opening heading that way, some stairs heading down, and kind of kitty corner right off of that, a closed wooden door to the south.
Open the door.
All right, you go to the door and open it. Inside, you see that the room is filled with books. The smell of kind of like that old, like moldy parchment smell kind of fills the air. You can see shelves lining the walls, some piles of books, some loose parchments stuffed in here and there, as well as several arrow slits that might once have been used as a to defend like the corner of the library, but doesn't look like they've been used for some time. And some scrolls and whatnot are just kind of laying there.
I'd like to just investigate these scrolls.
Sure, make an investigation check.
I give you guidance. Ah, one day. Guidance did not help.
Yeah, so you're looking through these books, and they all seem to be books about the history of the Union of the 28 prior to the Ether upheaval. That is the reversal that caused the great calamity that destroyed it. Many of the books contain scraps of parchment with fragments of writing in like a looping script in the margins. And you see that some notes are, maybe this is when things went awry, must look into this more, this may prove to be the best time to arrive, talking about certain activities and features of certain flying cities.
This might be the best time to arrive.
This may prove to be the best time to arrive, is one of the notes written in the margin.
What's the note that it's written on saying?
It is discussing the extensive archives of Flebbery, which was the Union City that was known as the Great Archival City. Like every other city, sent copies of all their paperwork and stuff there. They had, there was a big floating city as the administrative complex, but in order to safeguard the records, they had magically hollowed out several mountains over the archipelago that it floated above, that were accessible only through teleportation circles from Flebbery into the mountains. Sorry, not teleportation circles, but portals.
We open at certain times a day.
Interesting. Does it? Let's see. If we cross-reference the location of Flebbery, how do you spell that? Does this by any chance happen to be located over a certain anatheum?
Why, yes. Yes, it does.
Interesting. Okay. There were trees outside, right?
Yes. Those swampy, drooping down trees.
In that case, I think... Oh, no, never mind. I do have parchment. Never mind. I was going to say, can I head outside and make some paper? All right. Yeah, I'd like to to transcribe some of these this particular scroll.
Well, it's actually not. This one isn't actually a scroll. This is actually like a little booklet, and it's describing, Flebbery and why you might want to visit. It's almost like a travel guide, tourist brochure type setup.
Hey, I remember those. All right. Does this one happen to give any particular details, like the name of a circle?
It does not. It tells you, that if you wish to visit any of the great archives, you have to go and talk to the grand librarian at the Government House of Records, and they can direct you to the proper portal and get you access, etc., etc. Fees may be involved.
Yes. I would like to diligently copy down this particular section about their bureaucracy.
Sure.
Yes. Excellent. Well, since I have access to this, it was just the scrolls in this room. Like, there's no actual bookshelves in here?
No, there are bookshelves. There are shelves on several of the walls, some in the middle. You can see books and scrolls, and some like stone tablety, some clay tablets. Basically, everything about these everything you get on the history of the Union before the Ether upheaval is in this room.
I'd like to start cross-referencing.
What are you looking for?
More text on Flebbery.
Sure. Go ahead.
And then taking special note of anything that Flebbery happens to. I'm trying to figure out how to put this. Like weird repetition. Like, it's not Flebbery, but they keep mentioning it in context of Flebbery. That kind of thing.
Not sure where you get. No, I don't.
Okay, so primarily I'm looking for Flebbery, but kind of taking note on a piece of parchment for terms that might repeat during this search process. Like, let's say I find a reference to Flebbery. What else is it referenced with? And just kind of track that off on a separate sheet of paper. That way I can see if there's what would it be? Like I'm trying to think of the word for this.
I don't know what you're looking for. Like, terms that come up in relation to Flebbery is pretty much, it was the archive city. It's known for its great archive, and that's about it. Like, otherwise it's just a normal city.
Okay. I guess the best way to describe what I was saying is like, if while I'm looking for that, I come across like oblique references or allusions to something else.
You know what? Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Can I get me some guidance, Beta?
I guess. I don't know. Can you? I don't know.
Yes, I. Yes, I apparently can get guidance and a nat 20.
Wow, you knocked that one out of the park.
I started curating my search results.
So, as you're kind of going through this archive, looking about stuff about Flebbery, you come across two. Sorry, lost my finger slip. So as you're looking through this archive for information about Flebbery, you find out that as you're reading through stuff, you get the sense that it wasn't just documents that were sent to Flebbery. That they used the vault under, within the mountains under Flebbery to store items that they did not want, out and about in the world. So this could be things of exceptional value. For instance, gold, like their gold reserves. But also things that were exceptionally dangerous. So, one of them describes a experiment that was conducted in the city of Kupus that nearly destroyed the city and the surrounding countryside. It did kill several thousand people. And all it writes is, and all they describe it is that it was a big orb, and anyone who looked into it had their brain melted. Yeah, and apparently this orb got launched above the city and then made very, very big. With everyone looking up at this curious orb in the sky and then dying. This orb was locked away in the archive because they couldn't figure out how to destroy it.
They just built this whole big archive to keep things securely contained for everyone's protection.
And also, because they are government and they have bureaucracy, government records, you might as well store those in there as well. It's not like you don't want those to get destroyed.
Oh yeah, just put all the money in there too.
Yeah, basically.
And then Copus, that was...
Kupus.
If I'm recalling, that was back over in the Ravam Remnant, right?
Hang on. Need to turn on the numbers. There we are. Check the map. So, yes, Kupus is the city that was positioned near the Ravam Remnant. Or at least what became the Ravam Remnant.
Hooray for long memory! Alright,
The reason you know that, though, is not because you've actually heard of this city before, but because of the second piece of information you found. You actually found a directory. All 28 cities. And the teleportation circle coordinates for all of them.
Excellent!
There you go.
Wait,
What is
Hamor?
this?
Hamor?
Mm-hmm.
What is this?
He found a directory of the 28 cities of the Union of 28 and the public teleportation circle for each city.
I don't know if I would try any of those. I think most of them are probably destroyed. I don't want to find out what happens if we try to teleport to a teleportation circle that isn't intact. Cledpool, that sounds like it's in England.
Yeah, I love how when I copy and paste this over onto the character sheet, What it does is that it smushes it all together. I have to manually separate it.
Yep.
Here's a question. Can a teleportation circle be used in conjunction with Sea of Realities?
So the answer is yes, it can. I just have to check where it would fall in that table. Give me a second. Yeah, using teleportation coordinates would only count as viewed once.
Which is already a better option than some.
It means you only have a 20% chance of a mishap.
That's with Sea of Realities, though. So
Uh-huh.
wouldn't it be better to just go somewhere you already know at that time and then teleport to the teleportation circle?
I mean, possibly, but you know how the spell doesn't have any statement about appearing. You know how certain spells are like, and then if that space is occupied, you get placed next to it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't have that. I am, functionally speaking, concerned about telefragging us. Ah, yes, you see, at this point in time, they hadn't actually done the excavation for this particular cellar, and so your guts are now spread throughout the soil here.
I mean, the teleportation circle still only applies to the location that it's in. So the same thing could happen if the teleportation circle isn't there yet.
I mean, we know the circle's there because they're here.
Right. I'm just saying, if you accidentally go too far back.
Also, you're right, Cledpool sounds like it's from England.
Also, Ailbert sounds like it's from England.
Mm-hmm. Funny thing, Bert is apparently French.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's in France. Ailbert.
I mean, it could be post-Norman invasion.
Yeah, see, the ale makes me think it's in England. And Choln is probably in Scotland.
Alrighty. Well then, since we have this nice bit of information, yeah, that's good stuff.
Also, how did I miss a Druster? That's definitely in England, like more so than any of the other ones.
Alrighty, shall we move on to the next room, guys?
Mm-hmm. Druster.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Actually, no, wait, I'm saying that wrong. It would be
So There's a southern door right there, right?
No, that's an arrow slit.
Mm-hmm. Well then, everybody, shall we continue to search?
Alright, so if you head back out the room, there's stairs down to the right, and the way you came back.
Oh, it would just be Idster, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
let's head down the stairs.
Downstairs.
Alright. So you head down the stairs into a nice 10-foot wide, 15-foot deep room with a couple of alcoves on the north wall. On opposite, as you come down, is another closed wooden door.
I conceptualize what I
And-
believe to be the row of bookshelves behind it, and open the door.
Alright, yeah, you just walk across the room, ignoring the nice large paintings on the north wall, and open the door. This room also is just ensconced with the smell of parchment, with a little hint of sulfur in it, unlike the last one.
Ah yes, the bad touch nosebleed section.
There
Anyone-
seems to be fewer books here, but they seem to be a bit thicker. They're and the shelves, rather than being made out of wood, seem to be made out of iron.
We're in the records section.
Anyone want to get possessed by a librarian? Because the paintings have magic librarian ghosts. No?
Do you want to talk to the librarians?
Do you?
No.
Okay.
They just walked right past them.
I mean, it involved possession last time, and, some people might not want to be possessed. I mean, do you guys want to read through the bad, spooky, evil book room?
No.
Alright. Do we want to hang around the other room and collate search results, or shall we head up the stairwell and try to find the library's master?
What exactly are you looking for?
As much information as possible to successfully...
You don't even know what we're looking for. We're standing here looking, you don't have no idea.
Well,
We're just looking for random things, is that what it is?
no, we're looking for leads. We are attempting...
That's in England.
Fine.
A clue!
I thought Cleadpool was in England.
We could just try to break in through the Anatheum, but I was thinking perhaps what we do instead is just travel back to a point before Sugmoy showed up and wait for her.
That was the original plan. Let's do that again.
Right. Except this time we'll wait for her at the proper time.
Right.
Alright, I guess I'll head upstairs.
Alright, so you open the north door, revealing a hallway that looks to go about 10 feet to a set of stairs heading up, with a couple of alcoves to the left and right of the stairs.
What was the right?
So you're still standing in the door.
I cast True Sight, and then I look down the halls.
It is as I described.
Hmm.
Like you haven't moved since you opened the door.
Oh, okay. So I step to the door with my True Sight.
Okay. So you walk up. You walk up to the alcove. So it's like 10. It's like 10 feet to that. Is that what I'm getting at you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So to the right is a closed wooden door, set back about 5 feet from the. To the left is an interesting statue. A glass statue of what appears to be an elf recoiling in horror from something in his hands. Though his hands, though they look positioned as if to hold like a book or something, are currently empty. And it appears to be made out of glass. Like clear, translucent glass. The carving is exceptionally lifelike.
I don't recall this being here last time. I place my hand on the statue to identify it.
Okay. Identify does not tell you anything about the statue.
Does it look unusually lifelike?
I did say it was exceptionally lifelike.
Yes. I would like to take a copy of my faction's seminal text and place it in his hands.
Okay. It like doesn't like fit correctly. Like the size of the position of the hands and such. The book needs to be a different size. What is your perception? Or just give me a perception. No, give me a perception check.
All right, 1 second.
All right. But you do notice as you're trying to put your faction text in there that there appears to be an imprint on the hands. And from what it looks like is like the mirror image of what appears to be several types of runes. And what languages do you speak?
Common, giant, draconic, gnome.
Okay, these are not in a script you can read. But you can identify that the alphabet does appear to be infernal. But whether it's actually infernal, abyssal, or something just in that range, you're not sure.
You know, some people say that Arcturus isn't a great wizard. The people that say that clearly don't understand the power of comprehend languages, and I would like to ritual cast that.
Okay.
What do my human eyes say?
All right, yeah, you cast comprehend languages and look at the hands. And most of it appears to be fragments of writing. Though the biggest, like font that it's set into, you can make out one word. Devil.
Okay. I'd like to walk back down the stairs and start kind of like looking at the shelving for that the bad scary devil book that melted my brain last time and embedded Etchy Sketch in my brain.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Lucky.
Takes you a few minutes. But yeah, you're able to find that book that, melted your brain last time.
Mage hand.
Mm-hmm. You do
Gotcha.
notice, since you have comprehend languages running, that it doesn't say devil anywhere on the outside of it.
Oh, good. I put it back.
Okay.
And then I look for the actual book.
Another investigation check. Yeah, you spend about an hour going through these books. You basically have to pull them all off the shelf. So you're looking at their covers, because their covers are what would have made this imprint on the guy's hand. And eventually you find a book that looks to be the right size, with, the same type of text on it. And the title of the book is Devils. How to make them, how to keep them, and what to do when they turn against you.
Ooh, that sounds like a good book. I want to read that book.
What?
I want to read that book.
It also appears to be written entirely in Infernal. It also appears to be written entirely in Infernal.
I can't speak Infernal.
Does anyone have the ability to detect the bad juju on the book?
What do you mean?
Can you detect evil?
I can protect you from it, but I can't detect it.
How are you supposed to protect us from evil if you can't identify it?
I don't know. Evil is what Beta assumes evil is, I guess. All her spells are based on Beta's feelings. Don't judge her.
Beta casts protection from objective evil.
Beta cast safe space.
Yeah, protection from relative good and evil. If you perceive the creature as an undead, you're protected. Alrighty. I'd like to identify the book.
Okay. You cast Identify in the book. Identify doesn't tell you anything.
Hey, Beta, do you know anything about a religion? How about you, Goulash?
About religion?
Yeah.
Nope.
Alright. Well, since I guess we want to read this so bad, I will sit down at the table and I will peruse its table of contents.
Alright. You open the book. The pages seem to be made out of iron. And despite that fact, they're still, flexible. And the writing is like stamped onto this iron.
Not exactly light reading.
Exactly. Yeah, and so you open it up to like the first page, where you would expect the table of contents to be. And you feel a chill wash over you, and I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Fun question.
Uh-huh.
Is this charm, psychic damage, divination, mind reading, and any mind-altering effects?
Well, I guess the mind-altering effects won't matter, but the rest of it, no.
God, I love mind blank.
Uh-huh. So I still need a charisma saving throw from you.
Oh, fuck.
Like, there's multiple components of it, so, yeah, that's right. Mind blank will affect part of it, but not the rest of it, so okay. Charisma save. Okay. You realize that chill is coming from your fingers and your hands, and you notice that your hands are glass, and it's slowly spreading up your arms.
Beta, help me out here.
Greater restoration? But Beta doesn't touch him, though, because she's going to throw it at him from a distance. She don't want to touch him. He looked confused.
You have the diamonds for that, Beta?
Freckle. Yes, I do, actually. I have the diamond 4 because I've yet to cast it since I've been to town.
Okay. Alright, yeah, so it consumes the diamond dust.
But now I need a new diamond, though. I can't cast it no more, Gilbert. So.
Yep. And Arturus, yeah, you notice that your hands, revert to flesh.
Maybe you need to not read the book.
What do you do now, Arturus? The book is still open, in your hands.
Yeah, nah, fuck that. That's not my hands no more.
Okay.
Go back on table.
Alright, you drop the book.
Mage hand it shut.
Okay.
God, if it weren't for respect to the librarians here, I would disintegrate that foul text.
Though you did get a chance to at least briefly look at the table of contents. And you realize that the table of contents doesn't match the cover.
Oh?
Yeah, it instead looked to just be a series of dates. Like a journal or something.
Oh? What were the dates?
They were not in a format you recognized, in the sense that it used a different calendar than you do. But you could tell, day, month, year progressing, it looked like it was a list of dates. But you don't really have an idea of relatively how old that would be, like those dates would be.
Okay. Would I still be able to jot them down, though?
Yes.
Excellent.
For reference, it appeared to cover a range of the 57th day of the third epic through the 190th day of the fourth epic.
Interesting. All right, gentlemen, shall we proceed north?
Sure.
That sounds good.
All right, yeah, I'd like to head back north and take that right-hand turn to the door.
Okay. Yep, you're now standing in front of a closed wooden door.
I'd like to knock on the door and then open it.
Alright, you knock on the door, and then you open it. And you can see stone tablets, each looking to weigh, about a ton or so, are propped up against the granite walls of this chamber. The tablets feature Terran runes and have scribings on them. Very familiar scribings to you.
Anybody else want to learn about aspects of Earth?
No.
Aspects of what?
Aspect of Earth?
No. I do not know that spell.
It's not a spell.
I do not know that ability.
No, I'm asking if you want to know it.
What does it do?
It's 25% of what I do to helpless jump reality.
Wait, what? What does it do?
It's 25% of Arcturus's like new hottest spell.
What spell is it?
Yeah, considering you're the person to put this together, I'm surprised you didn't put your name in it. I mean, Seer of Realities is a cool name, but...
Because I don't think I'm the one that actually defined it.
So, I get 25% of what spell?
It's one of 4 parts of the Sea of Realities spell.
Oh, so I have to contribute to that part of the spell to cast it.
No, instead of learning the spell through a single spell scroll, it was broken into 4 parts. This is one of those parts. So you would need to find the other 3 if you wanted to learn it from these.
It gives you the ability to cast the spell and cause a mishap.
What kind of spell? What kind of spell is it?
A very dangerous one.
No, I mean, is it a cleric spell or a mage spell?
It can be cast by any spellcaster that possesses at least 17 levels worth of spell slots. So like 3 first level spell slots and 4 second level spell slots would get you pretty close.
Okay. I can do that. Beta can do that. Yeah, Beta will learn that spell.
Alright. Do you speak Terran?
Do I speak what now?
The language, Terran.
No, I do not speak Terran.
What languages do you speak?
I speak Common, Celestial, and Elvish.
Right. Well, unfortunately, you would need someone to cast like Comprehend Languages on you or something.
Do you know Comprehend Languages, Arcturus?
I don't know, I am a pretty useless wizard.
What? Alright. I don't know the spell Comprehend Languages. It's not one of the buff spells I know.
Would you like to be able to comprehend languages?
I would love to be able to comprehend languages to learn the first part of this Uber spell.
Ooga booga poopery. Beta can now read as good as me.
Alright. Yeah. So you guys sit there. And Beta, you read the Etchings of Earth. Takes about an hour, but you are able to eventually learn, this 1/4 of what you need for the spell.
Alright, what is the spell?
Note down that you have 1/4 of the information for Sea of Realities. Essentially, there's 4 parts. There's an air part, a fire part, a water part, and an earth part. You have the earth part.
That makes me the Avatar. Oh, that being said, Beta, don't fuck with that 1/4 that you have. That's how bad things happen. Like fiddling around with that is how we got into this mess in the first place. All right, let's move on.
All right. So you walk back down the corridor. You're going up the stairs?
Yeah, I'd like to head to the librarian's office.
Okay. Well, you head up the stairs. A couple more alcoves immediately to your left and right. The left one containing a small little bench and, a potted plant. The right one is empty, save for some dust. Ahead of you, about 15 feet on the left wall, is a closed wooden door. And beyond that, it looks like it opens up into a large room where you can see shelves, at least the end caps of shelves.
I'll step into that room.
All right, so you walk down the hall, past the closed door, and into this room of stacks. You can see that there are several shelves kind of filling the room. A couple of ladders lean against the mahogany bookcases that reach 20 feet high. And you can see some zombie-like librarians shuffling among the bookcases. Occasionally one of them stops and pulls a book out, holding it for a few seconds and then returning it back onto the shelf. They do not appear to be paying you any mind.
I'd like to peruse these books.
Okay.
What kind of section does this area seem to be?
And this appears to, as you kind of, pull a book off the shelf and kind of start paging through it, this appears to be books about, like, different continents and all sorts of topics, ranging from the ecological to the, zoological. It appears to be a generalist type of archive. Exceptions, things that you don't find in here, seem to be the more telling of them. You don't find anything about hell here. Just a couple of books about high water and how it's a happy-go-lucky place. Nothing like real specific, though, just some generic stuff. Nothing on the Union of the 28. Nothing on the Ether.
What? When do these books seem to be dated?
They appear to have a range of dates. Some of the oldest ones look to have possibly come. They were as old as some of those books you found in the archive about the Union of 28, possibly contemporary with the Union. Some of them, however, are much newer looking and only appear to have, be only 100 years or so old.
I'd like to direct my attention over to these older tomes, specifically related to, let's go with ecology and geology.
Okay.
If I'm able to target a specific city, I'd try to go for, it would be Koopas, or at the very least one of the geographically Ravam city-states. I'm trying to select a area that Arcturus would be familiar with, at least in passing, about the local fauna, in case there's something unusual from the pre-calamity.
Yeah. So you start looking through it. Give me an investigation check.
Can I get some guidance, Beta? Beta?
Yeah, sure.
Lucky?
I mean, my guidance didn't help much, but your roll sucked anyway, so it wasn't my fault.
A 20?
So, Koopas. So you start looking for. You find no references to Koopas in the library, and it occurs to you that, well, that would be part of the Union over there. But you start looking for some ecology books from around that time that kind of describe that general area. And you do find one book, and it appears to be a field guide to griffins and how they breed naturally in that part of the world. Which is a shock to you because you grew up there and never heard anything about griffins, breeding over there.
Would I be able to find some texts of a more chronologically modern segment covering that region? At this point, trying to figure out at what point the griffins seem to have disappeared. Or at the very least, knowing when it was documented that they no longer existed.
Sure. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Guidance beta?
Yes.
All right, yeah. So you start looking through there, and you start finding you find your answer in some history books, which covers the Robum Empire back when it was around, and how the Emperor used to use the griffins as a sign of imperial power and a part of their divine right. A sign that they are chosen to rule. When the empire was shattered, many other groups tried to use the griffins for the same purpose, which resulted in many bloody conflicts and a rather irresponsible take towards griffin usage. Turns out griffins are hard to breed, and they ran out of them. There are no more griffins in that area of the world. Because they kept using them as props and then going into battle on them and dying.
Interesting. Was there any kind of unique markings or traits to these griffins that would indicate that they were of a particular breeding lineage?
No. Not that are mentioned in these books, anyway.
All right. Any in the original? The oldest?
No.
All right, guys. So we've learned a little bit about griffin breeding, but also I'm pretty sure I can now safely say that in all likelihood, whatever big mess occurred didn't just kill off massive numbers of, would a griffin be considered a fantastical creature in this world?
Yeah, kinda. They were up there with owlbears and dragons and that type of thing.
What is Varts considered?
Pests. Hooligans. Undesirables.
All right.
Mostly because of their thieving, murderous nature.
In that case, then, I'd like to... Trying to think. Let's see, what kind of leads would we need? Wait. Is there anything cartography in this area?
Nothing old. All the modern stuff, which you already know. Essentially, yes, you can find a copy of the world map.
Okay. Shoot, I was going to say, if I can find some local cartography. Were all the cities flying at the time?
So the Union of 28 was about those 28 flying cities. And they were the seats of power. There were other smaller villages and towns throughout the world, but they were of less importance. A flying artificial city doesn't make for good farmland.
Right. Ooh, I'd like to check out some of the older books, directing my eye towards the archipelago of the Anatheum.
Uh-huh. What are you looking for?
Specifically looking for coastal fauna. I'm trying to get an idea of, I guess we could say, what was up with the giant shore of bones.
Sure. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Can I get a guidance, Beta?
Yeah, I guess.
And so while you find some books that detail, like, sea life and the life and animals on the Athenaeum, nothing mentions, anything unusual about them that would indicate, or that even mention a large boneyard, much less an indication of why it was there.
What kind of fauna seems to be native to those regions?
A couple of birds, sea life, seals tend to go along the southern coast of it. Other than that, it's various kinds of fish, some octopus. On the island itself, tends to just be small mammals and insects. No, like large land predators or anything like that were on there. You have to remember the Athenaeum, though, that archipelago is mostly mountainous.
Oh yeah, but this is also a fantasy setting. I have to be careful with making assumptions.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, inevitably, an encounter you throw at me will make an ass out of myself.
Right. I mean, in terms of if you're worried about encounters, is they are home to a large number of rock.
Large big birds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Out of... No, I know the information wasn't present. Shoot. Actually... Under. Okay, so I might be getting like super esoteric with what I'm attempting to do here in terms of comparing information. If I run back to okay, what I'd like to try to do here is take some of these tomes on the like flora, fauna, and geology, if I can find, for the archipelago, the Anatheum, and then run back over and grab some books related to, and find some books related to, 1 second, related to, Flebury. And the limited, I'll admit, time that we've spent there, and attempt to, I guess we could say, overlay the information. Part of what I'm looking for is like regional overlap. Like, does it seem like the regions where rocks tend to nest seem like they'd be specifically in regions that they might be using as archives, that type of stuff?
No.
Like, okay.
You don't need to go to all that effort, because the books talk about the rocks. And how basically they like to make nests above a certain altitude, and they are found throughout the entirety of those mountains. They do not tend to cluster in any particular spots. And they're migratory. They move around.
Ah, good to know. Man, that was great. Gilbert starts seeing, like, what's that meme where you have all the like the triangle, circles, and math in your head? It just had to flip a page in a book. Oh man, that's great. Alrighty. Well, guys, do you want to try to fling ourselves back to the Anatheum at a time before the Zugmoy showed up?
Okay.
I mean, you guys have anything you want to do here, or?
We came here for info, and it seems like we have info.
Yeah. Can I look for where the other 4 parts of that spell are? Any
Some of those parts of that spell were in another universe.
So they're in another universe?
Yeah.
Some parts are?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what are you guys doing?
Well, I'm gonna use the bathroom. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll be right back. Gentlemen, I'm back, and I've had a revelation. When we were initially here and we spoke to the library's main operator, mummy dude, he mentioned the anathema of the Far Realms and how they had, if I recall, a different modus operandi than he did for collection of works. Namely, that they tended to hoard and I think or destroy some stuff. If we find him, I'd definitely like to get some more information there. He might be able to explain the situation with Zugmoy a bit better. Goulash, would you mind being possessed by a painting for a moment?
Alright, where's the painting?
I'll lead them to the painting.
Sure. You go down south past the Infernal Room and to the Hall of Lost Art.
You know by now, anything I do to you while I'm possessed is your problem.
That's true.
Alright. So, Goulash, I assume you just step forward and let the librarian take over?
Yep.
Alright. Yeah, Goulash kind of bows his head a little bit, comes back up, and looks at you. Goulash kind of like flexes his arms a bit. He's like, oh, this is different. Been a while since I've been in a body.
Remember, you gotta do a deep voice for this guy, because it's Goulash.
Well, that's the thing. The voice coming out of Goulash's mouth does not sound like Goulash.
Oh, it's magic, right.
It's not just magic, but also, the way that they remember how to use vocal cords is different. But part of that's muscle memory. Not all of it. Like, it wouldn't sound like his original voice.
No.
But the way he speaks, the inflections he uses would alter the sound to apparently not be Goulash's voice.
Hello, librarian.
Oh, yeah. What? Huh? Oh, you. Yeah. What's up?
Yes. Pair of questions. Where would you have documents and texts referring to the activities of the anathema of the Far Realm and its members?
Well, I suppose that would probably be in the upper stacks.
I'll describe the room I was just in.
Yeah, that place.
Alrighty. And then, do you know where the steward of the library currently is? Fellow looks like he's wrapped in scrolls.
Kezit?
Yes,
Yeah, I haven't
Kezit.
seen him in a while.
Do you remember where his office is?
Yeah. So you were in the upper stacks, right?
Yep.
Well, you take the right door and you head out this, and you go. You head out east. Go past the room that holds all the ether treatises. Go north. That'll dump you out on a balcony over the lower stacks. Head down to there, and fuck it. He hasn't been around to see us in a while. There's a secret door in the eastern wall there. That'll open up to his office.
The one right up the flight of stairs?
No. You take the stairs down into the lower stacks, and in the lower stacks on the eastern wall is a secret door.
Is he going to be livid if we use that?
I mean, depends. He wasn't really quick to anger before, but it's been a while since I've seen him, so I don't know, maybe he's hurt or something.
Alright, we'll approach.
As long as you don't break anything, I don't think he'll be too pissed.
Alrighty. Thank you, librarian. What was your name?
George.
Thank you, librarian George. We'll be going to see him now. Would you mind dispossessing yourself of Goulash's body?
Yeah, kinda. Like I haven't been this way in a while. Come on, let's go with you.
Am I aware while this is happening?
Yes. You know what your body is doing.
Now that I know that this is starting to wrap up and he doesn't want to let go, do I get to do anything while this is happening?
Let me check.
Like, can I start resisting mid-possession?
Goulash, flex your butt muscles as hard as you can if you want him to leave.
No. Once you fail that initial saving throw, even if it was willingly, you don't get another one till certain other conditions would force him out. So he takes, Goulash's body and starts walking towards that eastern door to the inferno. So yeah, it's this way. Here, you can just follow me.
Alright, we'll follow him.
Uh-huh. And it leads you through the infernal room, through the north door. Comments on the glass statue. Kind of chuckles, but it's like, yeah. Turns out that when because it says don't open that book, it's cursed, he doesn't fucking kid around with that. Goes up the stairs. Into the upper stack. Opens that eastern door, revealing a hallway that looks to go 15 feet to a T intersection. As he walks to that T intersection, you can see in the right is a closed iron-banded door. And, George remarked on it. It's like, yeah, that's room where we keep all the crazy shit. He opens the north door and steps out onto a balcony. A set of stairs spiraling down to the left. And you can see more bookshelves. Though these don't look to be as nice as the ones in the upper stacks. They're not made of mahogany, they just appear to be oak. And the books seem to be of lesser quality. And he walks over to the southeastern wall and starts kind of poking around like, yeah, I know there's a switch here somewhere. It takes him a few minutes, but he finally finds a brick, which he pokes in and turns 90 degrees. And you guys hear a click, and a door has popped out of the wall, on a hinge. Like it was a locking release that had a spring.
A secret door?
Ooh.
A secret door.
Is it one of those ones where all the bricks come apart?
No, it's like I said, it's like a spring-loaded door that was kept shut with a mechanical latch.
Okay.
And so he had to find the button to release the latch. Right, well, now, because it should be in there. After you.
Could we have Goulash back, though? We kind of need him for this meeting.
Make a persuasion check.
Lucky.
Well, I suppose. It wouldn't be right to, take your guy from you right before you meet Kezit. And, Goulash, you can just feel the spirit leave your body.
Well, I'll have to roll up a new character. Oh, or somebody else's spirit, right?
And thus Goulash gave up the ghost.
You accidentally exorcised both spirits from his body, and now he's just dead.
Yeah, hey, wait a minute. So when the Catholic Church performs an exorcism from somebody, how are we sure they aren't exorcising both the person and the demon?
Very easily.
Yeah, well, you see, it happens through God, so everything is fine.
Yeah, exactly.
They're Catholics. They believe they have plot armor.
Yep. Canonical plot armor.
I get it.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, let's continue in.
What are we going in here to find?
Last time we were here, he made some references to the Anatheum, and I was thinking maybe we should speak with him and get some clarification on the comments, concerns, and job offer he had.
All right, so you pull open that door.
This is the secret door, right?
Yeah.
I knock politely and then wait.
Okay. You hear a dry, raspy voice call and say, "Well, come on in."
Now I open the door.
Mm-hmm. Which is a short hallway, about 10 feet long, opening up into what appears to be a finely appointed, though old and decrepit sitting room. There's a bit of like a mildewy smell in the air. Like this stuff wasn't well taken care of, but you can see that it was of once excellent quality. On the north wall is a closed wooden door. And standing in the middle of the room, arms, just at his sides, you see a creature wrapped in what appears to be like mummy-like wrappings made out of parchments with writing all over them. And he gestures to the seating around and says, "Please take a seat." And what brings you to my library?
Arcturus will take a seat. Well, I came to speak with you about some comments that you made in the future related to the Anatheum.
I don't recall ever speaking with you, past or present, about the Anatheum.
Correct. You spoke future.
Yeah, this time travel magic nonsense. I was hoping for some clarification on what you know of the Anatheum. We've uncovered some concerning leads.
I'll bet you have. But first, you got it working? The spell that I found hinted at in the aspects of air and earth.
I did. In no small part thanks to your library.
Excellent, excellent. Would it be possible for you to leave a copy of that spell before you leave?
If I recall, that is well beyond what Arcturus would be able to do readily, right?
Mm-hmm.
In that case, Arcturus will explain that to the mummy.
Well, that is unfortunate. Still, if you ever do find the means, I would appreciate it if you'd get to copy to us here. If for no other reason than safekeeping.
If I ever find a way to do so, I will certainly consider here before anywhere else.
Yeah, good. And especially if, from what it says, like you aren't all that positively inclined towards those, grubbers down at the Athenaeum.
And that brings us back to the original point. What exactly do you know about them?
Bunch of hoarding assholes. Decide to restrict knowledge and dole it out, as necessary and appropriate. Not trying to spread it around and improve the world, and it seems they act more to control it, if you know what I mean. Far too secretive, not open enough. Take your pick.
I mean, in detail, do you have any suspicions on what's going on inside of it?
It's a cabal of wizards. They get up to what cabals of wizards always get up to, and as I said, I believe they're trying to take over the world.
Arcturus is gonna share the information specifically about the Anatheum being controlled by Zugmoy. Not the part about the super scroll that I have. I'm leaving that out.
Okay, so what exactly are you telling him then?
Telling him about some information Arcturus has come across related to the century and millennial gates being more strange and directly controlled, allegedly, by a fungal demon prince by the name of Zugmoy.
That would explain their massive interest in my infernal collection. Those asshats been trying to steal that for years. Oh, decade? Well, maybe centuries now. A long time. But it sounds like you're better informed than I am about the inner workings of that place. I'm not sure what you came to me for. After all, they don't exactly tell me much. We are not friendly.
Actually, how did that come to pass?
They originally reached out when I was starting the library for, and he does air quotes, collaboration. They didn't seek collaboration so much as domination. When I stopped working with their agents, they got insistent and then threatening. After I disintegrated a few of their agents, they stopped coming around and just started trying to either assassinate me and the librarians here or directly assault the library on one occasion. Of course, they tried to play it off as just random bandits, but we all know who was actually behind it. And
insight check.
Sure, make an insight check.
Because I'm chronically distrusting.
Uh-huh. He seems to believe everything he is saying with a almost fanatic devotion.
And when was all this?
Oh, prior to when I sunk the library. Doing that was the Sort of the final defensive act I took. Couldn't get through that shield in the swamp.
They couldn't get through the shield?
Nope.
But it's so easy.
Indeed. But they kept attacking it instead. I don't think it ever occurred to them to actually attempt to come in peace.
God, that's some stupid wizards.
I think the term you're looking for is less wizard and more disposable assets. The actual wizards from the Athenaeum never stepped foot in here. Come to think of it, never actually saw any of them. We always dealt through intermediaries and agents of them. They never, deigned to come and mingle with the lesser people like us, I suppose.
Does that match the rest of the knowledge Arcturus would have about their general modus operandi?
Yeah, they send people out into the world to, collect artifacts and knowledge, but the actual scholars themselves never really leave the Athenaeum. All of their influence through the world is directly done with agents that work for them, not them themselves.
Do you have any works in your collection here that would be restricted?
In the sense that I wouldn't recommend reading them, yes. They're behind a locked door. I don't really, restrict it out of the sense that, people shouldn't know the information in there. It's rather just that the books are somewhat harmful. And careless people will get killed. Like that damn apprentice of mine that turned himself to glass.
Any precautions that you recommend taking for that?
Against turning yourself to glass, don't read the book. It's a trap.
I mean, with some of the other works.
Well, the books I'm speaking of are the ones in the locked room that hold the ether treatises. Essentially, coming to know the intricacies of the ether drives one mad. And the scrolls and books in that room reflect that madness. Sometimes, well, no, not sometimes, all of the time. This madness seems to spread the more you read them. And it actually hurts you to read them. Hell, the books even require a blood sacrifice to open them.
How old are these books?
I think the oldest is, 20,000 years old. The youngest, couple centuries, give or take.
Beta, Goulash, do you guys feel comfortable discussing the scroll?
The scroll?
Yeah, the scroll I have. The one we got.
With who?
Well, it's rude to bring it up in front of me and then not discuss it. So what do you got?
That's a fair point. It is rude. What I have here is a solution, potentially, to the Zugmoy problem and her attempt at global dominion. And I will produce the scroll.
Mm-hmm.
Now, which scroll are you showing him?
The scroll. The big fancy one.
The blessed scroll of temporal imprisonment?
The blessed scroll of we need to get the problem fixed, yes.
He extends a hand. May I?
Arcturus is going to warily pass it over. Actually, insight check first.
Mm-hmm. He seems entirely focused on this scroll, and doesn't seem to be holding any care about you. For him, it's all about there's this cool new magic scroll, and he wants to play with it, or at least look at the damn thing.
Here you are. Just bear in mind, this scroll is our one way of preventing the world from ending.
Of course. And he, just casually sweeps off some of the knickknacks that were on the coffee table there, and just rolls it out on the coffee table, in the middle of the room. Starts looking at it. It's still within reach of you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's kind of he hums a bit. Well, this is certainly unique and old. The magic in this has, possibly, the very bindings of creation put into it. Where in the world did you get this?
Arcturus will recount the source.
Yes, well, if it's not the Athenaeum sending shady people around, the Sea of the Masked Gods certainly will. What is it with these organizations? Why doesn't anybody just knock on the front door like a normal person? Hey, here's the deal we got for you, or what we want. Nah, Cloak and Dagger gonna fucking murder everybody.
Is this authentic? Is there anything shady involved that we should be aware of?
Actually, he would have to make a check to actually determine anything about it.
I'd like to assist.
Yeah, you can't really assist him in this.
Okay.
This is more like his level of understanding of it. And he says, well, in the sense that it appears to, that it will do what it says on the scroll. Do you have a particular concern about it?
Not a particular one, just that it seems concerningly convenient that we are presented a scroll like this on the eve of what we thought was Zugmoy's appearance on this plane, only to find out she's actually been here for, since the collapse of the 28. Probably hiding in the Anatheum.
This Demon Lord has been here since the fall of the 28?
Yeah. I received a lot of unsourced information, and that's part of why I came here. You seemed like the most reputable library I could think of.
Well, thank you. We do try.
This thing probably caused the fall of the 28, to be honest.
Yeah, we... working hypothesis, her arrival caused the collapse of the 28, and that doesn't even begin to get into what I'm beginning to theorize happens when that spell is cast. The time travel spell, not the scroll.
I see. So your time travel, you purposefully sent this Demon Lord back into time? What? I'm confused.
No, not intentionally. You know how you only have one half of the spell here?
Of course.
We got in over our head a couple of times, and out of desperation, I used the half I knew and bullshitted the other half.
You what? Of all the stupid things to do, you did that?
It got me the other half.
I'm honestly surprised it didn't kill you.
It did.
It was glorious. He exploded.
Obviously didn't explode you enough for that kind of stupidity.
Yeah, even in its complete form, the spell takes a lot out of you.
Well, if you would like, I do have some incense I can get from my personal stash. I could cast legend lore on the scroll if you'd like. See what it says about. See what it says.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Well, give me a moment. And he opens that door to the north and retreats into what appears to be like some like a set of quarters and whatnot. You hear some another door open, some scrabbling of materials. A minute or so goes by, he comes back. He's got some blocks of incense and ivory. Sets the incense alight. And begins casting a spell.
So, Under.
Mhm.
I do know legend lore. Is that what he's casting?
Yes.
Alright.
What? Do you think he was going to plane shift himself and the scroll out of here?
I mean, come on. I'm, at this point, chronically distrusting.
I mean, that's
Or
good.
Counter spell range.
That's very good. Yeah, but this guy is like straight up just a militant academic. So he's
Bless
interested
this
in it.
man.
Yeah, so he casts legend lore. The incense burns up. A few moments go by and he says, well, that is interesting. The scroll is authentic. It did, in fact, come from the sea of the masked gods. The Archbishop himself created it, using divine intervention. Apparently, the scroll was created only about a month ago. And was intended specifically to be given to you. I'm afraid the spell doesn't tell me of why the Archbishop knew of you and wanted to give you this scroll so badly. But that is what the spell tells me.
Excellent. Do you mind? And I'm gonna reach forward to put the scroll back in its tube.
No, he waves you off. Listen, without casting it, I think we've learned everything we can from it.
All right, guys. I got a crazy idea now. Real crazy. How do you guys feel messing around with how things play out?
What do you mean?
Well, I know the ability to time travel. There's us. We have a powerful scroll, and we know where and roughly when we need to be. Once we confirm at least the when part, that way we can arrive with the correct amount of time. Out of curiosity, what do you know about the effects that flow polarity reversal had?
Well, The biggest thing to remember, and what caused most of the death and damage, is that the reversal is not instantaneous. There is a moment when the flow zeroes out, and there is no magic in this world. Everything that is dependent on magic to live will at that moment die. And various magic items will be destroyed. The floating cities is the largest, most obvious example. Constructs, were lost. They just reverted to being physical objects. Pure spirits that were roaming, the planet at the time disappeared, were cast out, or destroyed. It's unclear.
Oh, so it was a complete disjunction.
If temporarily, yes. The issue is that once some things were destroyed, once certain creatures were killed, the flow then reversing, did not bring them back.
Okay, that shoots that idea in the foot. I was about to say, since I can't share the spell, it might have been useful to take you with us.
My place is here.
Fair.
No, I mean, really, the consequence of, he taps himself, of this type of immortality is I can't leave.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Not really. I wanted to be here.
I meant more that I had an idea of a plan, but the plan won't work out, so that's the bummer part. Never mind, I was thinking maybe we could shuffle around the leadership of the Anatheum in the past, that type of crap. Alright.
My suggestion is if you find any of the leadership of the Athenaeum, you kill them and don't look back. But I'm a bit biased.
Out of curiosity, do you happen to have any archaeological bits and bobs from the 28?
Just the books, I'm afraid. The Athenaeum was fanatical about maintaining control of those physical artifacts.
But the books are first edition, originally penned?
Yes.
Perfect. Do you happen to know where they came from?
Some of them. Why?
Well, one of the big risks with Sea of Realities is a lot like the risks teleportation mishap, only more deadly.
Ah, it's so you need an associated object.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what city are you trying to find an object for? Perhaps I have something.
Flippery.
Ah, of course. Well, I do have some good news. Is that there are, in fact, 2 copies of the same book here. And so if you need to use one of them as your associated object, so long as it eventually makes its way back here, I can see fit to loan it out to you. It's a cookbook, but that shouldn't matter for your spell.
Excellent. Excellent.
Also, I would strongly recommend not trying any of the recipes. They, I never could get any of them to work.
What? Why? And then Arcturus going to flip through the book a little bit.
Well, first thing you notice is that while it is a cookbook, none of the recipes are labeled. Like it's just like they're just like it's just pages of top of page ingredients, and then like the bottom of the page steps. And the ingredients are really weird, almost like alchemical reagents more than food. Though they do use some like food-like substances and foods in them.
I'm not sure this is a cookbook. This might be an alchemy book.
But it. I mean, they should like the instructions should create like food and rations and things. It is labeled the political cookbook.
Underdark, how much of this is how to make a homemade bomb?
Turns out he may have mistranslated a certain political word into political itself.
Arcturus is going to point that out. I think this might be anarchist.
Huh. Well, it does change a bit of the implications of it, doesn't it?
That it does. Well. Beta, Goulash, do you guys have any questions?
Is there any books on religion?
We have some general overviews of the gods, yes.
Oh, then never mind. Nothing.
Oh, under what was his name again?
Kezit?
How do you spell that? I want to make sure I'm logging it correctly. Alrighty. Well, Kezit, we'll have to rest and prepare before I send us. Do you want to watch us cast the spell tomorrow?
Absolutely. In fact, in keeping with that, if you should have some, not quarters per se, but a room that should be fairly well kept for resting in the northwest part of the library, you are free to stay here.
Ah, yes. I know the room. Thank you, Kezit.
Of course.
Oh, before we go, do you know the exact date of when that shift in polarity occurred?
Of course.
What would that exact date be?
That would be the 1st of Granite, year 1. The dwarves restarted their calendar on that day.
Alright, thank you. Well, Beta, Goulash, you guys ready to cast the spell and travel back to the past?
So, Jack. Jack, Jack, Jack. I'm ready to go back to the past.
All right. I mean, in that case, I guess Under will just take that long rest, and I'll not prepare anything other than Sea of Realities.
Sure. Yeah, you guys go to the lounge. You take your long rest. As Kezit guaranteed, nothing happens. It is a normal long rest. Come the morning, Kezit joins you in the lounge as he wishes to see you cast the spell. He appears to have some parchments and a quill with him. He looks ready to be taking notes.
Alrighty. Hopefully this doesn't have anything to do with flipping the flow's polarity. And I'm going to start casting the spell.
All right. So what is the destination you're setting?
Alright. So, using the Anarchist's Cookbook, I would like to target 30 days before the 1st of Granite Year 1. Actually,
Okay.
guys, do you think we should target a little bit farther back in time?
More than a month might help.
Yeah. Fair enough. We'll use the cookbook at 3 months? How's 3 months?
Alright.
I mean, does that sound good to you guys?
Should be enough time to get where we're going.
Alrighty. Yep. 3 months before the 1st of Granite Year 1.
So 1 diorite, 0.
Yes. 1 diorite, 0.
Okay.
Under.
Mm-hmm.
As far as selecting a destination,
Yes.
wait, shit, I gotta get back to that thing. Alright, so I've got the book, and now I would want to pick a location,
Okay.
right?
Presumably. You don't have to. You can just specify target time.
Yeah, but I might, pulp us because this library doesn't exist. I will target my arena. Like that place on Diorite 1 Year 0.
Okay.
And then I shall begin the spell.
Alrighty. Alright, well, you sit there casting. Aside from the verbal aspects of Sea of Realities, you hear the scribbling of Kezit as he writes notes upon notes upon notes. 8 hours of casting later. And you and anybody else who's trying to help you at this point will need to make a Constitution saving throw for exhaustion.
Beta, I could very much use your assistance.
Yeah, Beta was going to have rest before that, so we would only start now casting the spells.
Oh, okay. You did the whole
the
offset thing?
Yeah. All right.
All right, sure. So really, I just need Arturus then.
Right. And I'm going to cast guidance on him as he casts, so he gets...
Wait, so did we just get a long rest, or is that not
Yes.
finished yet?
You did get a long rest.
Beta, guidance won't help me with my save. Wait, does it?
No.
No. We'd have to be doing something to help with my con saves.
I don't have anything to help you with your concepts.
Okay.
But I can fix... Oh, I have to get some more diamonds. We are missing our diamond person.
Damn it, Sleuth!
The party's diamond factory is missing. All right. Well, another hour passes. Another Constitution save. Okay. Entering the 11th hour. Another Constitution save. And then hour 12. Hour 13. 14.
Lucky.
Okay. Hour 15. And finally, the 16th hour.
Lucky.
Damn.
Well, as the spell finishes, you gain a level of exhaustion. And then I need...
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
I can't. I don't have any more diamond.
Yep. D100, Arturus. I see. Okay. You all appear on the beach, where you had previously made that arena. There is, however, no walls of Taurosis to the north. You do see just some small fishing huts down there. And floating overhead, you see the bottom of a great disk that appears to be hovering over the mountains to the southwest of you, off in the distance, over like the middle of the mountains.
What?
Great buildings seem to be like towers coming from this floating disk.
Oh, this is before the city fell.
Mm-hmm.
Because I believe that the demon caused the city to fall. So we need to get prepared for the bitch to come up.
Does the weave feel... does the flow feel different?
Make an Arcana check. Oh, actually, before that, sorry. Well, you gain the 3 levels of exhaustion, and I need 2d6. Your con and strength drop to 1 for the next 8 days. Okay, now you can make an Arcana check.
All right, 1 second. Hey, Under.
Mm-hmm.
So if I have 1 hit point, and my hit points are halved, I'm at 1 hit point, right?
Yes.
Okay. Arcturus goes catatonic. Alright.
That would have been funny, an unintentional insta-kill.
I can't cure you of any of your things because you're an idiot and turned yourself into glass.
I feel like I'm too numb from the spell to feel the flow.
Yeah, like you can tell the flow is there. But, you know, it's the flow. It's always there.
Beta. Goulash. I need a place to sleep.
Well, it's a good thing we have 3 months. And I start setting up the tent.
There you go, crash out. I will watch.
Alright. You start setting up the tent. The sun, just barely having risen above the eastern horizon.
Well, I say tent, there's 2 tents. May as well get comfy.
Okay. You guys set up some tents on the beach.
Alright, well, he can go in there and take his nap.
Okay. So Arturtia's crawling in the tent and going to sleep?
Yeah.
Okay.
I fucking pooped.
We didn't really go over this last time, but when Goulash is in the wild, he can, find food for himself and other people, which is what I imagine he would begin doing now.
Okay. Does that revolve any checks for that?
No, it's a background thing. He can just do it.
Cool. Great, yeah. There is wilderness here.
Yep.
It's like a scrubby, kind of foresty type area. It's a pine forest. As I said, you can see where Taurosis was in your time looks to just be this small little fishing village over there. And yeah, you go up to the shingle and step onto it, and yeah, you just see forest to the southwest and east of you.
Alright.
Yeah, it takes, some time, but you are easily able to collect enough food.
Yeah, as long as we're out in, the wilderness and it's not so dangerous that finding food becomes hazardous, we don't really need to worry about that.
Yeah, you were struck that, despite the forest being in rather nice condition, you didn't really see anything larger than a fox or a rabbit.
I wonder if all the large game has been hunted out here.
It occurs to me it could be the rocks.
Oh yeah, maybe.
An avian creature of that size would naturally, likelihood to populate that kind of large terrestrial mammal pretty quickly. And then Arcturus falls back to sleep.
Alright. So, do you guys do anything, or do you just spend the day on the beach in your tents?
Yeah, may as well. Just sit around.
I'm practically in a coma.
Alright, yeah, the day kind of passes along. You see some, off the distance, some, small fishing boats kind of rowing around. Night comes. You guys just sleep on the beach in your tents?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The night passes uneventfully.
Beta does not sleep.
Right. Morning comes on the second day.
Are you better, Arturus?
No. food.
You should
Make some rolls, probably.
you should remember that, for each of the days that you spend resting and doing nothing more than light activity, your recovery time is reduced by 2 days. For the, your strength and con.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So then
Turns out that if you rest for more than 8 hours, it's actually really good for you.
Well, it's basically like, if you're not actually like going adventuring, if you're just laying around all day, just resting.
Yeah.
You recover faster than if you do normal activity during a day and then just sleep.
In that case, then, Arcturus will use the weave to heal his broken body by resting and not doing anything. The magical spell called Rest and Relaxation. So, if it I would only need 4 days then?
It's more that, so you have 8 days, you can, from that last day, you can knock off 2. So you're down to 6 days.
Okay, so I'm down to 6 days.
Because just remember, you do nothing more than light activity. Casting a single spell means that day only counts as 1. Light activity only.
Okay. In that case, I shall simply spend my time healing.
Yeah, it's to give a bonus to if you just spend your days in convalescence afterwards rather than trying to go adventuring.
Makes sense to me.
Goulash and Beta, you guys doing anything on this day, or are you guys just using it as downtime?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm continuing to provide food.
Of course.
Actually, I do still have those fire, water, air, and earth stones that we picked up. Am I able to tell if those are good for anything?
Where did you pick those up?
In Greyhawk.
Oh, you picked up a stone from each elemental plane.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were just, normal stones, so they didn't really do anything before.
Okay.
They're more useful if you were to, need to teleport to that location as an, an associated object.
Right.
Or, scrying on that location, that might help.
Yeah. Alright, I guess they're just rocks.
Otherwise, they're just neat souvenirs. But about midday, you do notice one of those fishing boats, coming closer and closer to your camp, like they're going to beach their boat near you guys. You can see what appears to be 2 figures in there.
How many days since we arrived?
This is the 2nd day.
Okay.
Alright, this time, if people ask us to come with them, we're going to say no.
What if they offer to let us stay in their village?
We have perfectly good accommodations here.
Alright, yeah, and so you see, it looks like a couple of guys, beach the boat. They step out and start walking towards you. They appear to be wearing leather armor and have short swords at their hip. No obvious, sigils, crests, or anything like that on the armor.
These guys are getting out of fishing boats?
Insight.
No, a fishing boat, like a rowboat.
Oh.
Sure, make an insight check.
When you said a fishing
Lucky.
boat, I was picturing like a trawler.
No, I'm talking like a rowboat.
Okay.
13?
I mean...
Oh, wait, no, it's keep Oh yeah, no, I'm re-rolling the 1, so 4 plus 5. Right?
No, that's not how that works. It's 13.
Okay.
All right, yeah. So they, the way they're approaching, they're curious but not hostile in the way that they're walking. Like they're relaxed. Their swords aren't drawn, but they have them and their armor just in case you prove to be a bunch of bandits.
Beta greets them. Greetings, good people.
Oh, hello. I didn't see your boat arrive, and noticed you have essentially just made camp on our fair shores here.
Yes, we came by alternate means,
Yeah, we swam.
and we set up camp here because why not?
Ah, it's a beautiful spot to make a camp. I was just curious because it's unusual that people of your capacity, stay down here for so long. Usually, they end up heading into the city after a day or so.
Well, we would, but our friend is ill.
Yeah, my companion is tired, and our other one friend is a barbarian, and I really don't care about that kind of stuff.
Oh, he's ill, you say?
Yes, he is.
Just-
He was ill. Yes, that's why we needed a couple of days of rest at your glorious beach.
Arcturus is gonna like pipe up from outside of from inside the tent. Not ill, just really, really fatigued.
Well, if you're sure, we could contact the city and have them send some people to get you if you know somebody there that you're trying to meet.
No, I'll be fine. Besides, I really need to get away from the city. It's just nice taking in the ocean here.
Yeah, we're on a health retreat.
We are communing with God.
I see.
Beta is dressed like a nun now.
She is, I'm not.
Oh, but you're at a tent. They can't see you. And
Yes.
Gulak is probably in a loincloth.
He's wearing a little bit more than that.
Not much, though. He's turns into a lizard, so not much.
Yep. He's got like his purple shorts on.
Is it like a banana hammock?
And the guy says, well, if you're sure, we don't want to disturb you or anything. Just came to say hi and if you need any assistance.
One question is there anything we should look out for while we are here? Dangers? Sights?
Well, there really isn't a whole lot around here. There's, the forest, the water, our village. If you decide later on to start heading in towards the city on foot, you might want to be wary when the forest starts turning into hills and the like. Large predatory birds roam that area, and if you're not careful, they will go after even human-sized targets.
What is the name of your city?
It is the city of Rosalata.
Can we still see the city floating in the air?
Sorry, I'm at the village. The village is Rosalata. The city is Flebbery.
Flubbery? That's the name of the city?
The
big
floating city, yeah. Yes. Well, if that is all, I shall leave you to your resting. Should you feel the need, you will be more than welcome in the village. Have a good day.
You as well.
And they walk back to their boat and shove off.
So apparently you got us in the right spot. How much more time do you need before you're ready to go?
A few days. You know, there's something subtly terrifying, I think, about our presence here.
What do you mean?
Well, in a little less than 3 months, every single one of those cities is going to come crashing to the earth. And everyone's going to die on them. Just weird to say.
Well, I mean, we can't change the past. We've done changed the past enough that we caused irreparable harm to the future. So we can't change it again. Besides, this cataclysm is in history. This is a set point. It's supposed to happen.
Hmm.
Because it happened before the demon showed up in our time, before we went and changed it with the demon. That means it has to happen. I'm right, ain't I, Under? This did happen already in the cataclysm happened on our normal timeline before we.
Yes, it is in your history books.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, this is a set point. It's supposed to happen. We can't change this. The demon's destruction we can do, but these people have to die. It's already supposed to happen.
All right. Well, the rest of this day passes without incident, as does the night. On to your third day here. Do you guys
Alright.
do anything?
Nope. Gotta get that wizard rest.
All right. Well, this day and this night also pass without incident out on the beach.
Beta spends most of his time in meditation.
Once Arcturus has the strength to actually, carry his own body weight, he's gonna start stretching. Doing some yoga. Well, I suppose that nothing's fallen from the sky means that, casting the spell doesn't flip the polarity. That's good.
You'd think so, right?
We'd think so? I mean, maybe. That, or because they said it was a slow process, what's actually going to happen is that at 0 she appears, and at 0 is also when our appearance actually takes out everything. There's a 3-month cooldown as the weave gets wacky before it actually reverses polarity.
Or it could be that the reason nothing's happened yet is because it's your fucking fault.
What do you mean? Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Point taken. Yeah, so I think we're just resting until I can, move again.
Okay. Well, again, the day and the night pass without incident. Given your light activity, your strength and con in the new morning should be back to normal. 4 days of
And
rest you've had.
my exhaustion is all gone. Excellent. All right, gentlemen. How do you propose we go about discovering where Zuckmoy will arrive?
Where?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you already found that out.
No, we know when.
Wasn't the point of going to that library to figure out where, as well as when?
Well, the where might not have been recorded.
Oh, right.
Because it was the when that was felt, and the when everything went to shit.
Okay, well, do we have any leads on that? Because if not, we're going to be pretty hard pressed to figure out where something that hasn't happened yet is going to happen.
Well, if this is going to play out like we suspect it might, with her arrival flipping the weave, we simply need to act like carrion vultures and wait over the crashed remains of the city up there.
So you think this one is going to be the first?
I think they're all going to go down simultaneously, but if she really has infested the Anatheum, she'd likely start with its ruins. After all, where else would a bunch of fungus and mold grow than on a corpse? In this case, the corpse of a city.
I mean, that Flying City schedule will be coming down. I don't know if I want to be on it.
But, since I'm all ready, how do you all feel about teleporting?
Teleporting where?
Up there.
Why don't we go to the small village and see if they have a way to get up there without us wasting our resources?
I mean, there's a teleportation circle, but okay.
No, I mean, why don't we go the official way?
Yeah. Oh, actually, wait. Going to the town and talking to the people might also be a good plan. Get a feel for the culture.
All right.
That sounds like a plan.
So you guys break down your camp and start heading towards the fishing village?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it takes you about an hour or so to walk the distance. It's not that far. And yeah, as you arrive, you can see some, older, looking medieval style docks, different fishing boats kind of tied up there. A small, fishmonger dealing with some of the fish. Some kids running around, the smell of bread in the air as well. The thatched roof, wooden houses here. Based on like you're just, as you're kind of entering this village, it looks like there's less than 400 people in this village.
Small town.
And some of them glance at you as you walk in, but otherwise they don't seem to respond much to your presence. Like, you're not all that unusual, despite being dressed very differently than they are.
How are they dressed?
They tend to be dressed in like these really long, like almost dress-like tunics that go down to their knees. Underneath which you can see they have, boots on for the most part.
Interesting.
Yes, the generic clothing of antiquity.
They're not togas.
No, but I mean just like the long knee length. What's it?
The knee length T-shirt,
Yeah, exactly.
a staple of like basically any human culture that possessed a shirt with 2 sleeves.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, but your clothes are a little bit more medieval, late medieval period type thing, so they're not...
Yeah. Except for mine.
Yes, except for your
Mine's
lack
timeless.
of clothes.
Goulash. Do you think they have modesty laws?
What would be immodest is depriving people of a chance to see my impressive physique. And his physique is like part alligator.
Oh god, that's right.
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, so you guys just walk through the middle of this village. As you're passing by one of the small little sheds, you hear a bang inside. The door opens, a plume of smoke comes wafting out, and you see this blackened-faced gnome kind of stumble out into the yard. This older-looking gnome comes out of the house and starts yelling at him, talking about, he's always messing around in the shed, and it's about goddamn time he, got up a real job instead of fucking around with magic all this, and getting blown up all the time. Get off his lazy ass, etc.
They must be father and son.
This is one of those social inns. Once the gnome's done getting berated, I'd like to inquire what he was doing that caused the explosion.
I was trying to enchant a bucket that I could fly in. I figured that way I could go and visit, Flebbery up there. But unfortunately, the bucket exploded.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wait, has no one here ever been up to the city?
Oh, sure. People have been up there. It's just kind of expensive and pain in the ass. Flying bucket makes it a lot easier.
Wait, what's expensive about getting up there?
Well, he points at it. He's like, do you see any ladders? You have to pay someone to teleport you up there if you don't know how to do it yourself. Or you can fly. But as I lack wings, I needed a bucket. Say, you look like one of those wizardly types.
In a sense, yes.
You gonna be teleporting up to the city?
Eventually.
Can I hitch a ride? I can pay.
No need. When we head up, if it's fine, we'll take you with.
Great. Hey, listen. Yeah, if you need anything while you're here in the village, just let me know.
Actually, there is something I could use some explaining on. It's been a while since my companions and I have been through civilization, and I mean a long while. Has anything changed as far as the laws are concerned?
The laws. No. Like they're just the usual laws. Don't steal, don't kill, I mean, the city might have changed laws. They're city folk. They tend to do stuff like that. But out here, no. It's just be neighborly. You'll be fine.
Had to be sure while we were gone they didn't decide, new ordinances on how and when you can cast a spell in the middle of the street.
Yeah, or prohibitions on half alligator people.
That sort of thing.
Well, in terms of half alligator people, I'm sure there might be after this, but I think you're the first they've seen. So no, there's no restrictions on half alligator people. As for magic in the middle of the street, I mean, disturbing the peace is kind of frowned upon. So big flashy magic shows, just in random crowds, tends to spook people. But there's no restrictions per se.
Oh, excellent. No cowled wizards.
What the fuck's a cowled wizard? Sounds like an ice cream.
There was a bar I used to frequent that served the Cowled Wizard.
Yeah?
Yeah, you never feel the same after drinking one of those.
That sounds dangerous. I like it. Where was this bar?
That's far off. You wouldn't know the place.
Oh, yeah. Haven't really had a chance to travel. That's why I want to get to Flebbery. From there, you probably get to the whole world.
Man, under that hits. And in 3 months, everything goes to shit. To clarify, I'm not saying that out loud, Under. Just Arcturus just shows up at every timeline, starts dropping cryptic hints of coming doom.
Yeah, no, you're not kidding, though. I hear Flebbery's a real center of world trade.
Certainly is around here. I mean, heck, I'm even surprised, you guys are here. You look all fancy and wizardly and shit. You even got a bodyguard. Points to the half alligator man. Usually people just teleport right there, or they come in on an airship.
We're taking the scenic route.
Yeah. Honestly, it reminds me of home in a lot of ways, taking this terrestrial route.
Uh-huh. Neat. So where are you from?
Who's he asking?
You. You mentioned it looked like home. Yes, where are you from?
Yep. Give me a second. I have to find my note page. Small home town near Koopas.
Huh. That's far away from here, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Opposite hemisphere. Complete other side of the world.
Huh. Well, you get around.
Yep. Whole family did. How many other small towns do you have around here like this?
A dozen, maybe? I mean, fishing villages on the coast. No one really heads much inland unless you're dealing with the city. There's giant monstrous birds in the mountains, so people tend to stay away from there.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, once in a while, a trader will come from Flebry, buy some crops, some fish. They bring news. Oh, that's why you're here, isn't it?
What is?
You don't know?
I don't know what you're referring to. I might know, but
The confluence.
The confluence.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the merchants were talking about it last time they were here. Apparently there's a big festival they were preparing for. They called it the Elemental Confluence. No idea what it means, but hey, big festival, right?
Oh? How long until?
Hold on a second. He runs back into the smoldering remains of the shed.
And
Here's
I'm telling you, this is just Chrono Trigger now.
Rummages around a little bit, comes out with a singed piece of parchment. Couple of days from now, like 2 days from now.
Oh? Is this a new festival? I haven't heard of it.
No idea. I haven't heard of it either until the trader mentioned it. It's one of the reasons why I want to get to Flebry. Big party. No one around here seems to care all that much, but apparently it's a big deal over there.
Interesting. The merchants, you say?
Mm-hmm.
They know more?
No idea. They kind of just handed me the piece of paper and patted me on the head and left.
Ah, so they're not in the village.
Nah, they don't. They only come like once a week.
Alrighty. Thank you. What was your name?
Clemiker.
How do you spell that under? Also, how old does this gnome seem to be?
It's hard to tell with the gnomes, but you get the suspicion that he's probably only 14, 15.
Gnomes live a long time, don't they?
Yes, they do. Yeah, you get the feeling he's not quite a little kid, but not really like an adult in the village yet.
Right. I had to ask because, gnomes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Alrighty.
wait, so how far back did we go before the
About 3 months.
No,
Until
I
zero?
mean before the present. The present, quote unquote, that we started from.
Oh, yeah, under how long would that have been?
About
I feel like we're looking at like 1,100 years in like 3 months.
1,167 years and 4 months.
Okay. For a second, I thought it was just like 200 years or something, and this guy might be alive in the present.
No, it's been about 1,000
no,
years.
It's way too long for that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Clemiker. I have to get going for now.
Hey, of course. Just swing by before you teleport out. And if you don't mind picking me up.
Will do. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. And if anyone saw me, if anyone asks, you didn't see me, and he runs off.
Oh yeah. Under, I'd like to, I guess, try to feel the flow of magic again. Feel if it feels significantly different?
Sure, make an Arcana check.
Can I get guidance, Beta? Beta? Lucky. I'll go with the 17.
All right. It feels a lot closer, almost like it's more reactive than you're used to. You know, like a constant, like static charge just kind of playing over your skin.
I'll just, as I walk, kind of toy a little bit with prestidigitation to all the same somatic gestures and everything work.
Yeah, so you cast prestidigitation. Roll a d20. Yeah, it works. Same gesture, same everything. It's almost like the magic's just quicker, faster to respond as you do it. You get the feeling that it might be a bit harder to control under these circumstances, at least with the training you've had.
Interesting. Beta, Goulash, do you mind if we head back out along the shore for a little bit? I need to make sure I have a bit better of a handle on the weave in this area.
All right.
Sorry, the flow. There is no weave. Yeah, am I able to find a nice, isn't being used for anything section of terrain?
Yeah. Pretty easily, in fact.
Alright. I'd like to start basically just going through my spell slots.
Alright, what do you cast first?
We'll start small. We'll give a little bit of Mold Earth.
Sure. Roll a d20. Mold Earth works.
Mage Armor.
Another d20. You're getting the feeling you're going to have to roll this d20 every spell you cast.
Okay.
Yep, Mage Armor is working.
Alright. I'll send out a bolt of lightning into the sky.
Another d20. Bolt of lightning.
Interesting.
Yeah?
Alright, one more. Demiplane.
Targeting a demiplane you've already created or a new one?
I am creating one.
Okay. Roll a d20. Aha. Roll a d100. Alright, yeah, so you cast Demiplane, but as you do, you kind of lose control of the flow for a bit there. It's just a lot more reactive than you're used to. And it just kind of surges around you. And as a result, for the next minute, all of your spells with a casting time of 1 action have a casting time of 1 bonus action. As this portal to a empty demiplane hangs in the air in front of you.
Who gets that ability to cast actions as spells as bonus action spells as bonus actions?
For 1 minute, Arcturus gets it.
Damn, Arcturus. What you do?
Alright. Under?
Uh-huh.
I am going to take a bar of soap, and put
Okay.
it. I'm going to carve into it AOS and place it inside of my demiplane.
Okay.
And then I'll just close it.
Okay.
Actually, wait, I think... Yep. Alright.
You dismiss the portal.
Well, gents,
Your soap is now trapped inside.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the soap is merely a...
I know. I'm just joking.
Well, the soap is functionally speaking meant to operate as a way of confirming that the demiplane I open is an old demiplane instead of a new demiplane should certain events come to pass.
Indeed.
Well, 4 days, guys. So I have to ask, do we take the kid up?
I don't see why not.
So what are you guys doing?
Wait, I'm gonna look around. Do I see the kid?
Out on this deserted part of the beach? No.
Yeah, okay. Guys, just as a safety precaution, let's teleport on up. We can come back in like a day or two.
All right.
You know, let's scout out what this festival is.
You don't want to take the kid?
If the event that causes the weave to go down happens before we think it does, I'd rather not have that death on my hands.
All right.
And I'll teleport us up to the teleportation circle.
Okay. Well, as you cast Teleportation Circle, roll a d20. Uh-huh. You guys suddenly find yourselves in a large crowd on a town square. People milling about, dressed in togas that are brightly colored. You hear people hawking wares, just, the din of the crowd. Paper lanterns seem to be strung from building to building, covering the top of the square. They aren't lit as of yet, however. You do notice that the lanterns, though, the paper on the outside is colored in the primary colors of the elemental aspects. So you got, blue, green, red, white. The buildings here, like on the ground, the buildings were like these wooden thatched roof structures. Here, they appear to be made out of brick, glass. Some of them even, appear to be made out of smooth stone, like they were, fabricated that way.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guys, do you think we should head to a bar, try to get the, carouse for information?
Sure.
Beta, do you want to, since you're a people person, do you want to take the lead on trying to get some local intel?
Sure, yeah. Beta will try. So, who am I talking to, and what are we talking about?
All right. Well, you guys start walking through the street. It's busy. You're not packed shoulder to shoulder, and you have, you see a couple of like bars, pubs, and taverns, around this area. Um, so let's see. So like there's three that really like stick out to you. One is called the Vagabond Pair. The other is the Snoring Albatross Bar. And the last is the Unwritten Salt Inn.
Unwritten Salt Inn.
Yep. So which one are you headed for?
Am I right with that?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Okay.
Strange names. All right.
I know, right? So do you want to go to the Albatross, the Salt, or the other one?
Thunder, what appears to be their social stratum?
Make an insight check.
I'll give you guidance. On your insight.
All right. Well, if you cast guidance, Beta, I need you to roll a d20 as well.
Uh-oh. What is it, wild magic or something?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Because the flow is different here, so there's a chance that you'll lose control of it because you're not used to handling this type of flow.
Yeah, you're in Magic Colorado.
I don't know. Based on all this talk of flow, I feel like we're in Magic Tijuana.
You're used to this type of flow, Doug.
All right. Well, yeah. So when you're looking at them, it looks like the Vagabond Pair is kind of a high-end, hoity-toity type place. Lots of, like there's like a maitre d' out front. The noble class would go there.
Ironic.
The Snoring Albatross Bar looks to be a party bar. Like there's music coming out of that room. It looks to be packed. The Unwritten Salt Inn is a quieter place. The windows are dark. You can see a couple people head in and out, but otherwise does not appear as well patronized as the other two bars.
Hey, I bet we could get more information if we split up. Maybe you could go to the quiet place, and Beta, you could go to the hoity-toity place, and I'll go to the party.
Yeah, we'll split up and search for clues.
Right, clues. Alright, gang, let's split up and search for booze. I'll see you all.
Alright, so it sounds like Goulash is going to the party bar. I'll go to the quiet one. Hey Beta, do you want to go meet the hoity-toity motherfuckers?
Yeah, you two can go play Blues Clues. I'm gonna go play Booze Cruise. I'll see you.
Alright, Goulash wanders off into the party bar.
God, I love just how dismissive that statement was. You go play Blues Clues, I'll go play Booze Cruise. Alright, sorry, that was good.
By the end of the night, I'd like to invent a new drink called the Cowled Wizard. I don't know what goes in it yet, but I will find out.
Okay, well you have to let me know what goes in it then.
Oh. I imagine just like whatever magical sounding bullshit he can find at a bar that they'll let him put into a pitcher.
So it's like what, absinthe drunken out of a hollowed out pineapple?
Yeah, or something like that.
Alrighty. But you're each going carousing in a different bar then, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Then you should each make a carousing check. Let's see here.
Right. Yeah, how do I roll for carousal?
So you each need to make a charisma persuasion check.
Yes, charisma persuasion.
Indeed.
I'm lucky. No, I'm not. Hey, Beta, are you carousing? Yo, mister, are you dead?
Yeah, no. What's up?
Are you carousing at the hoity-toity tavern for information?
Yes, I am.
Charisma persuasion check then.
Okay.
That's all, folks.
So I need to make a persuasion check to butter up the people in the bar. Okie doke.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't be
You're
like
rolling
Arcturus.
Yeah, you're rolling to see if you can carouse them. They seem pretty caroused, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we all know that Arcturus's, like, people is very clearly the poor people who don't understand what magic is, and that's how he gets his bonuses.
Yeah. So we'll start with Goulash. So Goulash, yeah, you go to the party bar, you start partying and drinking. Have a grand old time.
How much does this cost?
It will cost you 10 gold at the party bar.
Right.
And then, yeah. Some people open up a little bit after you introduce them to a drink called Cowled Wizard. And from what you gather is this is a more or less just an excuse to have a big party this festival. It's metaphysically the aspects, which are the 4 elemental aspects in the ether, are going to align. And that doesn't happen all that often. So since everyone here is like, kind of like the upper strata of society, a lot of spellcasters, they've decided to hold a big party in town. From what you heard, it's big parties like this aren't exactly common, but they're not like super rare either. A couple of them a year type thing.
Right.
Arcturus, yeah. You walk in to the Unwritten Salt Inn.
Yeah, it's magical slam poetry night, and your routine wasn't very good.
So you walk in, and the bar is pretty empty. You see a woman in a gray cloak with her hood up, kind of sipping on what looks to be a cup of some steaming liquid. Behind the bar...
It's mysterious.
Behind the bar is a clay golem that appears to be playing bartender.
Oh, boy. Wait. Are we talking, like, Monster Manual Clay Golem, or are we talking Baldur's Gate 2 Clay Golem?
Monster Manual.
Okay, I asked because I need to know how intimidated by its massive dong I need to be.
Unless you're talking about a Lord of the Rings golem.
Sorry, Under. Please continue.
Yeah. And, you start trying to get information from the golem, but it's very much a, trying to get information, you're trying to carouse a computer. It's just like, what do you want? It will be this much. It does not do small talk.
That checks out.
And then we come to Beta. Beta, yeah, you're carousing with the the higher ups. You see some government workers, rich merchants. You can tell that they know you're not normally um, a fixture in this type of place. You're a little out of place here in your nun's habit and whatnot. But they tolerate you, especially since you are a woman of faith. Um, and as you get to talking with them, you also find out that it's the confluence of the elemental aspects. But what's special about this time, and the reason why it's the really big party, is they are lining up in terms of the planes in a straight line, forming a line between heaven, the material plane, or not heaven, high water, the material plane, and hell, forming like a pure axis, between the three planes.
Oh.
You also find out that this is supposed to occur at around 2 in the afternoon, 2 days from now. So you have like a day and a half before this event occurs. And that's when the big party's supposed to kick off. You also find out, Beta, as you're carousing, that many of the inns and such in town have all been booked pretty well, solid. The only exception is that place on the corner there, that dingy place that they always kind of make jokes about how 5 people check in, 4 check out all the time. They're not quite.
So what's causing the motels to be so full?
Well, the big party. There's a lot of visitors in town. It's a festival of the confluence, and a lot of people from that don't normally live in one of the floating cities are visiting because it's where the big good party is.
Okay.
Yeah, but that dingy inn that they were talking about, that's the unwritten salt that people keep disappearing from. On the other hand, it also is the only one with open rooms. Also, does Beta have 50 gold?
Yes, she does.
Good, because that's how much your drinks cost while you're carousing.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you're at the high end bar.
Okay then.
Yeah, so several hours pass as you guys carouse in your 3 different locations.
All right.
Some of us more successfully than others. I guess. Arcturus is going to head back out onto the street.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of wait. See if Beta or Goulash come out.
Does Goulash come out, or does he just party himself into a stupor?
I imagine he comes out eventually. That would be quite hard for Goulash to do.
Mm-hmm. And Beta, do you eventually leave the hoity-toity bar?
After I get all the information I need that could be helpful to the party, yes, because Beta doesn't drink, so yes, she will leave the bar.
All right. Yeah, so a couple hours pass. You guys meet back up where you started. As the sun is kind of getting near the horizon, you see some wizards in more governmental-looking robes going around lighting the lanterns that are strung over the square, giving a nice festive atmosphere to the place as the sun goes down.
Well, Arcturus will share the information that he learned.
Beta will do the same.
Yeah, Goulash will share the information that he learned.
You teach them all how to make a Cowled Wizard.
Yep, I figured it out.
Okay.
Oh, Under, does it look like the shops have closed for the night?
No.
I would like to find a bookstore, someplace that I might acquire an atlas and perhaps a number of historical texts.
Okay.
Ake is going to buy supplies. Spell components.
Sure. So, spell components, yeah, just they're available. There are multiple shops in town that you could do that at. Bookstore, yes, there are bookstores. So you're looking for atlases and history books?
Yes.
Okay. They are 100 gold apiece.
Why are they so expensive?
You notice that a lot of the books are pretty expensive. You can make an insight check about why the prices are what they are.
I'm gonna bet it's the holiday.
Yeah, I can guess why it's so expensive.
Yeah, as you look around, you realize that the prices don't look like they've been altered any. Rather, it's the city and the people that live in the city tend to be richer and more of the upper class of this world, and therefore they have more money. So the shops charge more for things like books.
Yeah, that and it's a goddamn floating city, so it's hard to get stuff here in the first place.
It's fucking gentrified.
Very much so.
Arcturus isn't gonna say it, but he is gonna think goddamn gentrified floating fucking cities. Alright.
Yeah, you know, the cost of housing around here has gone way up ever since they detached it from the ground.
Yeah, you have to pay for that, orbital view.
Mm.
Yeah, Arcturus will pick up a historical text.
Okay.
And an atlas.
Mm-hmm.
No, when I say atlas, are we talking like really nice, big world, highly detailed map?
Yes.
Yeah. Alrighty. And then I'm gonna meet up with the guys. Oh, hey, Under.
Mm-hmm.
Based on what that sounded like, that I believe it was heaven.
High
Hell,
water.
high water, and
the elemental aspects, which generally orbit the material plane in the ether,
are all lining up
Mhm.
in a straight line.
Yes. So you could draw a straight line from high water to hell, and it would intersect the four aspects in the material plane.
So, I don't know if Arcturus is dabbling in the four elements and time magic bullshit. Provides any kind of additional insight to this, but would Arcturus suspect that would be the problem? That when these all got into alignment, that's what caused the flow's polarity to switch?
You don't think so? This doesn't happen commonly. It happens about every 700 years or so.
Okay. So this is okay. This isn't like one of those once in 10,000 year clockwork apocalypses. Okay.
No. This happens about every 700 years or so. Enough that they've made a festival out of it, but not so rare that there's people, doomsaying it the whole time. Because you got a track record.
Do people doomsay it?
Yes, but no one pays them any mind. Because they doomsay everything.
Oh, okay. And this festival would be about 2 months before shit goes whack? Well, before we know shit to go whack? Right?
Yeah, like the festival's in a day and a half.
Something's fishy here. Well, guys, shall we head back down to the town?
Sure.
How are you doing that?
I have teleport.
Like, teleport the spell?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, first roll a d20 for casting teleport. Uh-huh. And then the d100.
We're getting around town tonight, guys.
Okay, so let's see. The spell's unpredictable magic results in a difficult journey. Each teleporting creature takes 21 force damage, and the DM rerolls on the table to see where you end up. Hey, that's a lot better for you. Alright, yeah. So you guys appear a little worse for the wear back in the fishing village.
We take 77.
You take 21.
Oh, 21 bludgeoning?
Force.
Force. Alright.
Arcturus is just going to let out kind of a drawn out ow.
Alright, yeah. So you guys are back at the village. What do you do now?
I'd say attempt to find accommodations.
Okay. You remember from when you went through the town the first time that there were no, like, inns or anything here.
Yeah, probably better to go sleep outside in a tent.
So you
Yeah,
guys
let's
just
do that.
okay. So you just pitch your tent like at the edge of the village.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Yeah, no one really bothers you as you do that. A couple of kids come running by, and then come running back the other direction. You know, it looks like they're just playing around. The night passes without incident, and the morning of the festival arrives. Sorry, miscounted. This is the day before the festival. My bad.
All right. I guess since we're around camp. So how do you guys want to handle this? The festival and then the time we have to kill before Zuckmoy arrives.
Well, we've got a few months. We could just, I don't want to say have fun, but just go around doing stuff.
Are you suggesting that we use time travel and teleportation to dick around in a world that we have never known before? And since we're currently safely back here at this point in time, we can continue to hop back and forth?
Well, I don't necessarily mean that. I just mean we could, like, take whatever work or adventure comes our way. But just make sure that we're here at the right time.
Huh.
As long as we know the location.
I don't know.
We could try and make some friends, get them to help us with this.
Oh, yes. We'll help. Yeah, we'll find friends and allies. Yeah.
We can't just go blabbing about it, though. We gotta get people ingratiated to us. Only share that information with people who are really on the level.
Ah, yes. We'll start with the gnome child.
Exactly.
We show up to fight Zugmoy with, like, a band of fishermen and a gnome.
The gnome is the high priority target there.
Mm.
I swear to God, I want to fucking kill Zugmoy if she takes out our best boy. Alright. So you just want to maybe help out around the village for a day, and then I can start teleporting anyone that wants to go to the festival up to the... Yeah? Does that sound right?
Yeah, and then we can find something entertaining to do at the festival, or something like that.
Alright.
I mean, unless you want to just skip to the end and just wait here.
Nah. Let's... I feel like there's content, and I do like experiencing content. So I think Arcturus is just going to spend this day before the festival just kind of helping out around the village.
Doing what exactly? It's a small fishing village.
What do they need help with?
Well, do you have any magic that can bring in a lot of fish?
It's really interesting that you mentioned that. Because I do have control water.
Well, there you go. If you mentioned that, the fishermen are like, and you're just willing to just come out and help us with this for nothing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, sure. What's the worst that could happen, right? What are you gonna do? Blow up a boat?
I certainly hope not.
Don't blow up the boat. They give you the serious look.
Oh, and this guy's gonna use his fancy magic just to get a bunch of little fish to swim into a net or something.
All right.
Goulash is going to come too, except instead of trying to catch a bunch of small fish, he's going to try to catch one really big fish. Manually.
All right. So the fishermen take you guys out. Arturus, you said you're going to cast control water?
Yeah. If we like find, schools of fish, I guess I'd like to try to use control water to. If I'm understanding what I can do with the spell, just kind of like herd the fish together by controlling the currents around them.
Sure. As you cast the spell, roll a d20. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, the fishermen are all like, oh, isn't that the damnedest thing you ever saw? You're just like feeding these fish into their nets. And then you realize why the fish are so thick over here. And Goulash, you ought to also see this. Is in the water down there, you can see what looks to be a shark of some kind.
Is it like a big shark, or?
Yeah.
Do I think people would eat this?
If you brought it back, absolutely.
Alright.
Does it look like this can, take out a boat?
It looks like it could, but you would also know that sharks typically don't attack boats.
Right. If we are going to bring it back, do I think we're going to need a bigger boat?
Of course.
Right. Guess I'll have to do it myself then. I will attempt to kill this shark.
Alright, so if I understand what you mean correctly, you're jumping into the water to attack the shark in melee.
Yes.
Okay.
I am going to fight the shark.
Then we shall roll initiative as you leap into the water.
This is pretty much, unless it can do anything weird that I'm not expecting, this is kind of just going to be a slugfest.
Yes. Yes, it will. Alright. Arturus is joining in too. Okay.
I'm present. I should be, I'm hanging out in the initiative in case I have to help Goulash. You know what I mean? Come on, we've established I'm aggressively paranoid. Do you think I'm gonna trust just some giant shark we found in the fucking water?
It's not giant, it's large.
Yeah. Well, giant isn't a size in 5e, but it's not...
I don't know. I thought he was fighting the fucking megalodon or something.
No, it's just the hunter shark.
Well, the hunter shark gets to go first.
Mm-hmm. And it is going to swim up and try to grapple you.
Ooh. And I believe it's a flat roll for me because it's large.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, it tries to grab onto you with its mouth, but it is unable to. It is your turn.
All right. Do I think this shark could be susceptible to the prone condition while swimming? Like if I just flip it upside down?
Yes.
Yes. Let me find the get rotated meme.
Right. I'm going to grab this shark by the nose and flip it upside down.
Okay. That's a grapple thing, right? Well, the shove action.
Yep, it's a shove. Yes, exactly. Get rotated, idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Good old demotivationals.
Yeah, it turns out it's a little trickier than the video would make you think. Anything else?
Yeah, well, I'm still going to attack. And we're just going to
course.
do it recklessly anyway.
Alright. Those all hit.
Alright. .47 magical slashing.
Alright, it is badly, badly bloodied to the point of being near death.
Okay. I need it to make a wisdom save.
Okay.
That does not pass. Seven psychic damage.
Alright, so this shark, swims up to you, tries to grapple you, fails. You try to rotate it, doesn't work. So you just slash the ever-living shit out of it and then melt its mind. The shark in this, rather bloody-looking part of the sea is not moving and is slowly floating to the surface. It is dead.
Alright. Can I actually fit this shark onto the boat, or will I need to haul it back in myself?
If you put it in the boat, there will be no room for you in the boat.
Alright, well, I'll haul it back in myself.
Okay. So yeah, you guys haul in a shark plus a huge catch of fish. The townsfolk are suitably impressed with Goulash's actions, especially how he jumped in there and took out the shark personally.
Battled the shark in glorious melee combat.
Well, he basically went in there and just barehanded the shark to death.
Yep.
Just punch that thing.
They offer to pay you, Goulash, 150 gold pieces for the shark.
Ooh, which I will accept.
Excellent.
You did good.
Yeah, a few hours after the bringing the catch, as it were, one of the fishermen approaches you, Goulash, and he has a necklace made out of the shark teeth. He says, he holds on and he says, this I think you should wear this, as a remembrance of this day when you decided to get up close and personal with a shark and take it out without even a scratch on you.
Thank you, I will treasure it always.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put it on.
Great.
And with that, with the addition of a shark tooth necklace, Goulash's transformation into Florida Man is now complete.
Yeah, but that was only like the first half of the day that you guys spent doing that. What do you do for the rest of the day?
Out of curiosity, is our outhouse getting full?
Not particularly.
Okay, I was gonna say 3 castings of mold earth. Boom, guys got a new toilet. In that case, I think Arcturus will simply interact with the people and be exposed to their culture.
Okay. And here we see the native fishermen in their native environment. We must be very quiet. They're easily startled.
Sploosh! Goulash jumps in to take out a shark.
So you take in their culture. As the sun sets, you guys just making camp here in town again?
Sure.
Alright. Sun sets. You guys pitch your tents. The night passes without incident. Morning comes.
I'll meet up with Clemkirk? Clemkert. There we go.
Oh, hey, yeah. We're going to the city now?
I believe that's what you said you wanted.
Absolutely.
Anyone else in the village want to head up?
I don't think so. They're the ones who usually try to encourage me not to go to the city.
Why is that?
They think it gives me ideas.
Ideas.
Flying bucket.
Ah. Well then. Everybody gather around. We're headed up.
Yeah, he gathers around. You teleport to that permanent circle. You arrive. The crowds are much denser and louder than they were before. You hear Clemkert say, "Oh, wow. Well, hey, thanks, and see you later," and he just wanders off into the crowd. You very quickly lose sight of him.
All right.
Yeah, now you know from your previous carousing that at around 2 in the afternoon is when the confluence is supposed to happen, and that's when like the big party part is supposed to kick off.
All right. Question. Looking around, I guess there's probably like a city square where this is all happening, right?
Yeah, the circle's in the center of the square, which is where the big party will be.
Right. Arcturus would like to find a location that has a good view of this kind of entire area.
Would you believe that the unwritten Salt Inn, that dingy one that has a bad reputation, has a terrace that just overlooks the entire square?
I'd believe you because you're the dungeon master.
Well, it does. And it's not too crowded.
Excellent.
Well, you shouldn't believe me because it's actually the nice one that has that.
All right, yeah. So I'll head there.
All right. Yeah, there's the same clay golem bartender, the same woman in the gray cloak, still, drinking another cup of whatever steaming liquid that is.
I'd like to insight check this woman.
Okay, sure. Make an insight check. What are you trying to determine about her?
Under.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mysterious person in a cloak at a tavern. Like that's like Classic plot hook.
Yes, I'm aware.
What I'm inciting is like I'm trying to get the measure of this person.
Sure.
Nah, fuck that, Lucky. I like a 17.
Okay. Yeah, you see that, she has like a small book that is in a language you don't know that she is reading. Same book she was reading from last time. And appears to be completely absorbed in it. Does not seem to be paying any attention to you.
What script is it in?
Draconic.
Arcturus' interest is piqued. He'll inquire as to what she's reading.
So what do you say to her when you walk up? 'Cause she doesn't. Like, she just ignores you as you just walk up to her.
Arcturus will sit down next to her and ask her what she's reading.
What I'm reading is a book of prophecies, written by a madwoman about 400-500 years ago.
Based on the fact that you're reading it in the tavern right now during a celebration, does one of them have to do with the celebration?
Perhaps. They're all about the confluence and what will happen. The reason that she was mad, rather than being just a prophet, is the fact that they're all contradictory. No one knows which one might or might not actually happen. Just a bit of entertainment for me. But I haven't seen you around here before. Well, I have, but not recently. Oh, who are you?
Arcturus Omnibus Septimus. Mendicant Wizard.
Indeed.
And yourself?
Oh, I go by many names. Here, I am known as Tagnus.
Underdark?
Mm-hmm.
How do you spell it?
Huh?
Also, elf, human, dwarf? What race is this woman?
She appears to be human.
Alright. Appears being a very important word there. And because, come on, we know what I'm about. Insight check.
Sure.
I'm gonna lucky that.
Okay.
That's not much better, but I'll take it.
Okay. I mean, she appears calm, doesn't look rushed or anything like that. It's not like she's like shifting around nervously or anything.
A particular favorite prophecy out of that book?
Yes, actually there is. You see, there's one here that says when the confluence occurs, the other planes will smash into the material plane and collapse into one big planar mass, which will then open a portal to someplace else and take into it everything. complete, utter trash, of course, but still entertaining to think about.
Indeed, I think the most bizarre doomsday prophecy that I've ever heard was about demonic fungus overtaking the world.
That seems oddly specific.
It's a doomsday prophecy. They can sometimes be oddly specific.
I suppose.
Well then, I'll let you continue to enjoy your book. I think I'm just going to head up to the balcony there and overview the celebration. And then Arcturus will head upstairs.
Mm-hmm. You head upstairs. She goes back to reading her book.
Now to see if my 3D chess ploy will pay out over time. After all, if she can tell I couldn't read the book and comes across the oddly specific prophecy, we'll see how this pans out. Yes.
Yes.
3D chess.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't exactly, ask to read over her shoulder. That'd be weird. Especially when I have to recast a spell every 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just stop reading for 10 minutes while I go ooga booga. I can read.
All right. Yeah. So you guys spend. Are you doing anything today other than just waiting for the festivities to start?
I'd like to spend that time mostly just kind of focusing on the flow around me.
Okay.
Occasionally toying with a mild cantrip.
Every time you cast a spell, including cantrips, you need to roll a d20.
Okay.
And you've got like 3 hours before the events start.
In that case, then, I'd like to stagger them to be... So if the event happens at precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd like to cast a cantrip then at about 15 minutes before.
Okay. Well, roll a d20 as we're at T minus 15. Mm-hmm. Cantrip works. The flow. It's hard to tell. Go ahead and make an Arcana check because you kind of get a feel for how it's flowing. It does feel that it's still more reactive than you're used to, but also getting worse slightly. Like you're feeling like your control is slipping. Like the flow is a little bit harder to grasp at the moment.
Where's the rest of the party?
With you, I assume, unless they're saying they're doing something else.
I'll be there. I mean, I
was
want to
also
be
there, but
I want to be where the festivities are happening once they start happening.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, guys. I'm getting a very bad feeling.
All right. Well, you still have like 10 minutes before the festivities start. Do you do anything? Or are you guys just waiting?
My gut says do something. My desire to see what happens says see what happens. I'm going to go with see what happens.
Okay. Yeah, the crowd's down in the square, real thick, party-like atmosphere. You can see occasional little cantrips going off as people, cast like prestidigitation, conjuring bubbles and sparkles and whatnot. Big festive atmosphere. Think 4th of July in Times Square. 2 o'clock occurs. You feel a pulse through the flow as the convergence occurs. And then a large, loud explosion rips through the crowd. Body parts go flying. A massive area around that teleportation circle has just been reduced to ash. The bottom sinks in all of your stomachs as you see a figure standing there, looking around.
And it looks like we were right on time.
And you realize that sinking moment in your stomach isn't dread or whatnot. No, it's vertigo. As you look at the horizon, you realize the city is tilting and falling. Gravity is starting to get less and less.
That's the opposite of a sinking feeling.
Under?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to try to cast a spell.
Okay.
Basic cantrip.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll a d20. Or actually, no. No, sorry, this is after that. You're fine. You cast your cantrip, as you would expect. And I need everyone then to start making dexterity saving throws as to avoid falling off this terrace, as you are now at a pretty severe incline. You hear panic in the streets beneath you, more explosions. The wind is beginning to pick up.
If I'm able, I'd like to get down into the bar.
Mm-hmm. It's a bit hard going, but you are able to, maneuver your way down the stairs.
Come on, guys, let's get down here.
Yep. I'm heading down. In fact, I'll head down the, we're in that terrace overlooking the place, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just climb down.
Okay. You start climbing down the front of the building to the street level.
Yep.
You can feel the incline getting even more and more, beginning to hear that, whining sound, large structures make as they're falling through the air. As you look at the horizon of the city, you see the mountains beneath you.
Am I able to find Tagnus?
So you go down there, Arturus. And the clay golem is still standing behind the bar. Does not appear to be affected by the tilt at all. But the bar is empty. Tagnus is not in sight.
So, are we doing this or what?
And at this point, I think you guys need to roll initiative.
Yep.
Mister, you here?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Roll initiative.
Oh, okay. Woo!
Alright, Beta. So you are on that terrace. The wind is picking up. The whole city looks to be tilting and careening to the ground. Zugtami has arrived in a massive explosion in the center of that square.
Where's she at? Oh, in the center of the square? Okay.
Center of the square, 100 feet away from you.
Well, no time like the present to start blasting this bitch. Let's blast.
All right.
I can hit her. She's 100. I got 120 foot of range in my blast. I'm a blast.
Good. Roll to hit. Two hits.
26 points of force damage.
All right, yeah. That also yet hurt her.
Okay. And I'm done.
All right. The city tilts ever more vertical and begins picking up speed. I need a dexterity saving throw from everybody.
Can I use my climb speed to hold onto the ground?
Yeah. You could.
Alright.
I'm just going to step off the edge.
Okay.
I have the ring of feather fall. I won't die. I'll just float down to the ground.
Yeah, I need to.
You mean,
This raises an interesting question about what exactly the ground is in this scenario.
that's true, but if the city is falling, it's heading down with gravity, so...
Yeah, but if the city is the ground, then you'll be fine, but if the ground is the ground, then you're not going to fall fast enough to keep up with us.
That's fine. I'll blast as y'all are falling.
I mean, if we're holding on to stuff, I mean, I don't know.
Well, yeah, Archers, you're inside the bar. So, yeah, you just go sliding towards the front facade. There's no injury or anything. You're just prone, like, at the front door now.
Do I see anybody?
You see lots of people falling, lots of dead bodies out there. The city itself is basically at a 45-degree angle at this point. You know, people are struggling to keep their feet. Some are sliding out of sight down sidewalls. Zug to me is still standing where she landed. You see Beta then step off the terrace. And you're using the Ring of Featherfall, Beta? Mister? Alright, so she steps off into space. And relative to your position, you see her start to ascend. Quite rapidly. Arcturus?
Is there a window?
Yes.
How does the horizon look to here? Like, how close to the ground do I think we are?
You think you have about 4 rounds before impact.
About 4 rounds?
Mm-hmm.
Alright then. Let's start off with... Do I have a line of sight on Zugmoy?
Through the window, yeah.
I got her. Shit. Come on, spell sheet. Load. You know, alright. I'd like to try to make it out towards the crowds of people.
Okay. You open the door and begin carefully making your way across this 45-degree incline. You're at half speed, similar to climbing.
I have to ask a question here about Featherfall.
Mm-hmm.
Am I able to just cast it on 5 other creatures and not myself?
Correct.
Correct, I can just target other people?
You choose 5 falling creatures within range.
Alright. And let's see, it's not concentration.
Correct.
I'd like to cast, using my reaction, Featherfall on 5 of the nearest civilians I can.
Okay. You cast Featherfall. Those 5 people begin flying up into the air as their descent slows relative to the city. From the ascension, you figure the city's currently going probably at around 200 feet per round.
Alright. And then Firebolt on Sugmoy.
Roll to hit. That hits. Does not appear to be particularly effective, but it does damage her a little.
That's my turn.
Alrighty. Zug to me. Well, she is going to spread out some spores around her. Those guys will all have to make some constitution checks. Okay. And then she begins walking up the slope towards you guys. Goulash.
Hey, am I drunk enough to pee if I need to right now?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to pull out that mask I got and pee on it as instructed, and then put it on.
Okay. It smells of urine.
Good, that means it's working. Which resources did that use?
An action.
Alright. Let's see.
Bonus action rage and jump.
I don't need to bonus action rage, because I'm already raged. So, we'll just, yeah, how far away is Sugmore?
From you, she's currently 70 feet.
Alright then. We will move our full 40 over there.
Okay. You're 30 feet away from her.
And let's see here. How far away are Beta and Arcturus from me?
Arcturus is at the entrance of the bar about 40 feet behind you. Sorry, no. He moved out 15 feet. So it'd be 25 feet behind you.
Okay.
Beta is above you. 140 feet away and gaining.
Alright, well, Beta's not going to be eligible for this. So I am going to use my bonus action to rage. And I'm going to activate my Call of the Hunt feature, which lets me give a special bonus to people that I can see within 30 feet. One of them is going to be me, and one is going to be Arcturus. However, I would also like to attempt to choose 3 civilians.
You can do so.
Alright, do they accept? They have to accept.
Yes.
Alright, cool.
Anything else?
Yep, so let's see, that gives me, it's... Yes, I'm going to use... I get an additional 40 feet of movement when I do that. So I'm going to use that to... actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I don't need to get any closer. I'm just going to keep standing here, and Arcturus, you get an extra d6 once per turn anytime you deal damage with an attack. It has to be an attack. And yeah, that's it.
Like a spell attack?
Any attack. Just has to be an attack.
And it's a what?
It's an extra d6.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. Beta.
All right. I am going to blast the monster. How far is the monster from me?
140 feet.
Oh, good.
Below you.
She is still within range. Well, I'll have to spend a sorcery point to put her in range, but that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, you can see the city starting to, fall away from you.
Yeah, well, city is supposed to fall. Beta's done said that.
Mhm.
She's not expecting to save the people. That was meant to happen. She's more worried about killing the demon.
Uh-huh. Well, roll to hit. 3 hits.
Thirty-four points of force. 34 points of force damage. Damn, that was hard to say.
All right.
And she's coming towards the group, Arcturus and Goulash.
Yeah, the only people still standing, really.
Okay, I am going to spend another sorcery point. How distance between me and Goulash? Me and Arcturus.
140 feet.
Okay, 140.
Yep.
So I
Close that
drop down
distance.
60. Can I go down 60?
No, you're falling. You are falling at a set rate because of your ring.
Yes, but it's 60 feet a turn.
I know. That's already taken into account.
Oh, okay.
The problem is the city is falling much faster than you.
Oh, I see now. I see.
The city's not restrained.
I see.
So that answers the question. The city is no longer ground. It is moving too fast.
Okay, that's fine. Then I will fly and I will follow the city downward. Then after I blasted the bitch,
Okay.
we'll follow. That's all I can do.
Mhm.
All right.
All right. Yep. The city continues its ever descent as the slope increases on it. Arcturus, yeah, you're just kind of out there, so I need a deck save from you. Because you don't have a climb speed to grab onto like Goulash does. Alright, you keep your feet. It's getting really steep and hard to keep your feet. You're leaning back almost to the point where you're laying on the ground.
It's been how many seconds?
This would be the next round, so it's been a 6-second round.
Alright, so at the end of this round, about 12 seconds before impact?
No, 18.
After this one.
Yes.
Alright.
And let's see. You see one of the wizards that was at the party pull out what looks to be a wand of some kind and point it at Zug to me. It does not appear to have any effect. And he throws it down with a cry of rage.
What's his range?
Don't worry about it. It's not your turn yet.
Oh, sorry.
Let's see. So that's going there. Let me update that distance. All right, now it's your turn. What's your question?
Distance to that wizard?
That wizard is 15 feet away from you.
And how many other civilians?
Make a perception check. Looks to be about 50.
Reaction, 5 more of them are feather-falled,
Sure.
including the wizard.
Okay.
And action, firebolt Sugmo.
Sure. Roll to hit. That hits. All right. It's not very effective, but it does do some damage to her. All right. Anything else in your turn, Arturus?
No, just that.
All right. The wind whipping in your face. Hard to hear. Sug to me. She's going to begin casting a spell.
Range?
65 feet.
Shit!
As grasping weeds and vines sprout from the ground in a 20-foot square all around you, Arturus, I need a strength saving throw. Going with the 7?
Mm-hmm.
You are restrained as the vines grab you. And she's going to use her movements to kind of start trying to flank around Goulash, not wanting to go directly towards him. Goulash, it is your turn.
Alright, well, we're going to prevent that from happening. How far away is she?
She is 30 feet from you.
Perfect. We're going to get in the melee, and I'm going to try to knock her ass over.
Okay.
And she's still large?
Yes.
Alright. Ooh.
She remains standing.
Alright. Well, we're just going to have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Mm-hmm. One hit.
Damn. $18 slashing damage. It's magical slashing. Does that appear to be effective?
Yes, it does.
Alright, and I need her to make a wisdom saving throw. Yeah, she succeeds. Nothing happens. And that's it for me.
All right. Beta,
Yes.
your turn.
Oh, well. Distance to the Zegmoid.
280 feet.
Well, I am going to cast Fly on myself
Okay.
to give myself some control over this thing. And then
Mhm.
I am going to fly down.
Okay. Yeah, you fly her 60 feet down, putting you 220 feet away from her.
Well, that's all I can do. Yeah, that's all I can do because I had to use.
All right. The city continues to fall away as it goes ever more vertical. And I'm going to need a dex save from Arcturus.
Against what?
Against falling prone and some other effects, but that won't affect. The other effects don't matter because you're being held to the ground.
Oh, okay.
But you might fall prone, so dex save.
The plants are holding him in place. They're not holding him up.
Exactly. Oh, good. Both you and Zogtami keep your feet. None of the civilians do, and a bunch of them start sliding, away, kind of emptying the field, except for you guys and Zogtami. The city is nearly vertical at this point. Arcturus?
12 seconds to impact?
Yes.
Okay, shit. Alright. And she's how many feet away from me?
She is 55 feet away from you right now.
Alright. I'm gonna dimension door myself.
Okay, to where?
Let's see. Eyeballing the math, I'm gonna throw an extra. I'm just gonna go full 500 vertical.
Okay. You dimension door 500 feet in the air and begin falling. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay.
Actually, how far does it look like to the ground?
About, from your position, about 1,500 feet.
Falling at 500 around?
300 around.
300 around, alright. Alright, I think that'll do it.
Okay. Zogtami's turn. She is going to release some spores. And I'm going to need a wisdom save from Goulash.
Alright, does my mask affect this at all?
Yes, you have advantage on it.
Alright. Did peeing on it help at all over not peeing on it?
Yes.
Alright. And you said this was a wisdom save?
Yes, I did. All right. Yeah, you feel some effects on your mind, like you're drunk almost, but you're able to shake it off.
All right.
Damn scent of urine. So instead, she's just going to hit you with a couple of pseudopods.
Those both hit.
Alright, so that is 23 bludgeoning and 20 poison damage.
All right.
Yep. And it is your turn.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna try the same thing again. She didn't go anywhere, so we don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah, first we're gonna shove her prone.
Okay.
There we go.
She falls prone.
Cool. Is she still, like, stuck to the surface of the falling city?
No.
Like, what does prone even mean in this context? Cause
It means she's currently sliding away. She's basically falling.
Ah, okay.
You would get a chance for one attack, though, if you want to take it.
Oh, yeah, well, I was gonna, If I grab her, will she resist?
Unclear. She might. Do you try to grab her instead of attacking?
I will replace one of my attacks with a grab.
Okay. The way she's sliding away, it's going to have to be your first one.
Yeah, it'll be the first one.
Okay. Well, let's see if she resists. Let's see. No, she won't resist.
Okay. Then the other two.
Two hits.
Alright, 28 magical slashing. And I need a wisdom save.
Okay.
Actually, I need 2 wisdom saves.
Sure.
Alright. The second one fails. So that's 20 psychic damage.
Okay.
And we're, like, just about to hit the ground, right?
You're less than 12 seconds away from hitting the ground.
Well, knowing what she can do, I don't think what I'm incredibly tempted to try will actually work. So I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to keep holding on.
Okay.
Part of me really wants to attempt to, like, atomic chokeslam her from high up in the air, but I know she can just become ethereal and shit like that, so I don't think it's actually going to accomplish anything. Should I?
But atomic choke slam, like...
Yeah, but she's just going to poof out of it at the last second. Can't she do that?
I mean, she's a huge bitch, so she probably will, but like...
You know what? Just in case it does work, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, we have a metal cover right here.
Given that I'm already grappling her, I would like to use my 40 feet of movement to move further towards the ground and attempt an atomic chokeslam.
So to be clear, you're basically trying to jump off the city so you can chokeslam her when you guys hit the ground.
Yeah, so I would like to use my climb speed to run down the falling city to get me towards the ground even faster, so that I can perform a running jump to hit the ground as fast as possible.
Okay. Yeah, you start dragging her along.
Yep, she's going to go first, to be clear.
Sure.
She will be my crash pad.
Alright. Mm-hmm. All right, Beta.
All right, distance to the bitch.
480 feet.
Wow. Okay, well, I'm going to dash down
Okay.
120 feet. That puts me at 300 feet from her, but I'm going to still continue to dash.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Alrighty. The city basically goes vertical. It falls some more. And Arcturus. At the beginning of your turn, you fall 300 feet.
And I was at 1500.
You are at 1500. You are currently at 1200. Still falling. The city is 500 feet below you.
I'd like to dimension door back. Wait, I'm falling.
Yes.
Reaction feather fall,
Okay.
then dimension door 500 feet.
Okay.
Straight down back onto the city.
Right back where you were?
I guess, like, I'm going to try to hang onto that balcony. That way I'm not, like, in a position to get smooshed super easy.
So you're carrying on the balcony?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you appear standing on the railing of the balcony, your head near the door to go back into the bar. Because the city's basically vertical.
Already?
Zug to me looks to be like 80 feet away from your current position.
Action, reaction. That only leaves a bonus action. I don't have anything there. Alright, that's it.
Alright. Zug to me's turn. Zug to me is just going to be a colossal bitch. And is going to cast a spell.
What was her distance?
8-0. As more vines come out of the woodwork, Arcturus, and I need a strength saving throw from you.
Wow, she really is a bitch.
She really is. You are restrained again.
Seriously, such a bitch. She doing anything else?
That is all she gets to do. Goulash, it is your turn.
All right. Well, seeing as she is currently grappled and prone, she could not have stood up, so I would still have advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to keep attacking.
Alright, roll to hit.
I think that's 2.
That is 2 hits.
Alright, 38 magical slashing.
Alright, that bloodies her.
Cool, I need her to make 2 wisdom saves. Those both fail. That is 20 more psychic damage.
Okay.
Then, since I didn't use my bonus action, I am going to use my bonus action. Actually, here, I need to read something. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, I'm going to use my bonus action to re-rage, which is basically just a bonus action dash for me at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to use that plus my normal movement of 40, so that's 80, to continue running headlong at the ground in preparation for my atomic choke slam.
All right, yeah, you can see that it's going to be real soon. Like, you're. So how exactly are you, like, intending to do this choke slam?
So what I'm doing is I'm using my foot claws to dig into the ground of this falling city, and I'm running headlong at the ground as we're falling.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, right as we hit the ground, I'm going to jump off and I'm going to, like, push Zugtmi in front of me by the throat so that when we hit the ground going ridiculously fast, she will be crushed by all of that momentum.
Okay. Got it. All right, so Beta. So, Beta, you are currently 600 feet from the city and about 700 feet from Zugtami. The ground is about 800 feet away. Mister, are you here?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. My turn again.
Yep.
What's my distance now? They're all still falling, I suppose.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So the city is 600 feet below you. Zugtami is a little further away. She's 700 feet. The ground is only 800 feet below you. It looks like the city is falling into a valley between some mountains.
Oh well, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. I'm gonna bonus. I'm gonna dash. Use my action to dash
Okay.
all the way. 120 feet,
Sure.
and okay, yeah, that's all I can do. I can't. My spells are still out of range.
Alrighty. The city hits the ground.
Oh.
So, Goulash, at like the last moment, as this front of the city is crumpling into the rock, you throw Zugtami in front of you and choke slam her into the ground as the ground meets you and her.
Yep, and here's the metal album cover.
Mm-hmm. So, this will also, as the city continues to crunch down, also hit Arcturus. So, let's see.
Featherfall not help at all?
Not when you're restrained and held down to the city as it plows into the ground. So, Goulash and Arcturus. You guys take 72 points of bludgeoning damage from the fall.
Yep.
Zugtami looks to have taken double that, and basically blows apart into fungal spores. As the city then crunches into the ground at high speed. And then the core explodes. There is no save for Goulash and Arcturus. Beta. You can make a dexterity saving throw versus a rather large explosion emanating from the city as its core detonated on impact. A big flash of blue light. Mister, are you here?
Yeah.
Roll a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
As the city hits the ground and explodes. There is no save possible for Goulash and Arcturus being in the city when it exploded.
Hey, that's a good time to roll a nat 20.
That is a great time to roll a nat 20 because that was the DC.
Your dex save is a flat roll?
Yes, I have a dex of 10. I am in heavy armor.
Yeah.
As Goulash and Arcturus take 438 points of force damage.
Okay, I'm unconscious. Oh wait, no I'm not.
I was about to say, what the actual fuck is your HP?
No, I said I'm unconscious. But I'm not unconscious. I'm conscious. Hopefully.
I'll be curious about how that math works.
No, there's no math. It's my barbarian feature. When my HP get reduced to 0, I get to make a save.
Oh.
And this is not enough damage to Chunky Salsa me.
Really?
Really, really.
Huh. I suppose so. You probably have more than 109 hit points.
430.
Yeah, it's a good thing you passed that save, Beta. Because it was saved for nothing. You managed to avoid the shockwave in the air.
Wow. Did everything else take all that damage? Even the Zugmoid?
Oh yeah, I'm absolutely obliterated.
Yeah, wait, what damage type did you say this was?
Force.
Force, right. Yeah, still though.
It's death damage.
Yeah. As the smoke and the flash clear, and you realize that where there was a mountain here, there is now only a crater.
Hey, question.
Mm-hmm.
How does that scroll react with getting obliterated?
Oh no.
The scroll survived.
What about the Zugmoid?
She's been reduced to spores. Goulash obliterated her.
Alright. So, the only downside to this is Arcturus exploded.
Mm-hmm. So, Goulash, are you awake?
Yep. Goulash is conscious with 1 hit point.
Alright. So, as this dust clears...
And unfortunately, I don't know Ray's dead. I only know Revivify, and he's a liquid, so that won't work.
What do you mean? He's not a liquid.
Salsa. Like, I need, like, reincarnate, resurrection.
No.
That's what I just said.
No, you don't. You
form,
need true resurrection.
Yeah, you're in liquid form, so Revivify
There
won't
isn't
work.
even liquid yet. There is nothing left.
Yeah, mister. I need, like, reincarnate, true resurrection.
Reincarnate requires a body part. There is nothing left.
Okay, yeah. In that case, yeah, I need you to go talk to the Pope.
Okay, so Turtle Pope? Do I gotta see the Turtle Pope? Okay. I like the Turtle Pope. Just don't go see the Turtle Pope at night. Bad things happen.
And as the dust clears, Beta, as you're coming down into this large crater, you see Goulash standing there, his hand held out in front of him. In like the final pose of that atomic elbow as everything exploded around him.
Yep. He's doing like the super cool slow get up from like the superhero landing.
Doing the all might after one for all. Put your hand up now. So you look like shit. Where's Arcturus?
He got caught in the blast. I don't think he made it.
Hey, Goulash, I need a dex save from you.
Oh yeah, we should probably get out of here. There's like
As
collapsing.
No, the city's gone. There's a scroll case, however, that just is that possibly is going to impact you depending on what you roll on the dex save.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I really should have listened to my gut.
Yeah. So Goulash, you're sitting there. Beta swoops down and then just thud. This scroll case that you recognize, a fancy one, is sticking out of the ground where it embedded itself after an impact.
I think I know this scroll case.
Well, let's grab that and get the hell up out of here.
Yep. It's probably got some of Arcturus' blood on it, no?
No, it doesn't.
No, it's all been obliterated by, yeah.
It was vaporized.
So you pick up the scroll?
Yeah, I pick up the scroll case.
Alright. As you do, this dust in the air, kind of giving the air a green tinge to it, begins to land on the scroll case.
Oh, fuck.
And the scroll case begins to pulse.
You're going to reincarnate
I
yourself.
think a magic thing is happening.
Crap. Okay.
Isn't this scroll supposed to get rid of her?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a banishment seal, a sealing spell, I believe. But she's already gone, so is it going to reconstitute her?
Well, she's a demon, so she'll just come back anyway.
You notice that the pulses are picking up speed in the scroll case.
Alright, I'm gonna toss this a good distance away from myself before it kills me.
Yeah, let's get out of here. I'm going to recast Fly on myself and Goulash. So we can get out of here.
Alright. So you toss the scroll, get fly cast on you guys, begin flying away. What direction? Northeast, south, or west? Or some other cardinal direction?
Well, wait, what? I tossed it away from myself. What exactly happens to it? Does it just keep pulsing faster?
It is still pulsing faster and faster.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to be a good distance away from it, but unless I think something else is going to crush me from above.
No, you're pretty sure everything else above you just got obliterated.
Alright.
Yeah, we're going to watch the thing then.
Yeah, I want to see what happens first.
Alright, so you guys start flying away to get to a safe distance. Flash starts, you actually begins picking up light from it as it's flashing. And you hear a thwump. And let's see, so that would have been that many rounds. Wow, you guys are damn lucky. You're basically right at the edge of this when it goes off. And you notice that that dust that I said was settling is a green tinge in the air?
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly turns gray.
Suddenly does what?
And then the city reappears in front of you.
Maybe it really worked.
As it falls vertically into the ground and explodes.
Again?
And then the city forms in front of you and falls into the ground and explodes.
Oh, I know what's happening. We need to get out of here.
And then the city forms in front of you, falls into the ground, and explodes.
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah.
Data.
Wait, under?
Uh-huh.
If the city's reforming in front of them and explodes, does that mean that I'm also reforming, falling down, and then exploding again?
Yes. As is like to be.
That's going to make bringing him back a problem.
Yeah.
Well, I mean...
Hey, Beta, have you thought about becoming immortal? Because there's another type of time travel.
Beta is already immortal. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Well, she won't die of old age anyway. She can still die, but she won't die of old age.
Oh, those cheeky dick waffle gods. I just realized what they did. They fucking got both of us.
All right,
Yes, they did.
It seems like the whole time travel conundrum has been wrapped up, with both the cause and the symptom of the problem now being permanently imprisoned within a self-sustaining time loop.
Yep.
Yep.
Now,
So I guess we need to go and put out wanted posters for new party members, huh?
yeah. Although if we want to get back to our original time period, you might be able to, because you don't age, but I'm going to have some trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was thinking maybe I'll, scour the globe for methods of making myself immortal. Maybe use my immortality to set up my own kingdom of all immortal people. Through whatever method that ends up being.
Right, and there's this nice kingdom down to the southwest where it's all cold and no one will bother you.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could be...
Right up until you get taken out by a strike team early in the campaign.
You could pick up... the only few things you can pick up for immortality, you can get, vampirism. That's a good one.
No, there's got to be something cooler and more thematically appropriate than that.
Touched by a god, maybe?
I mean, joke's on you. I got the most thematically appropriate event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The start of the problem and the end of the problem stuck in an eternal loop.
The loop is closed.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second. Yeah, uh-huh. Well, let's see. I keep dying physically above Zugdemoy, so I think that means I win every encounter with her.
The two of you are yelling at each other for eternity because both of you are trapped in a prison.
Zugdemoy is reliving the atomic choke slam over and over for all eternity.
Yeah.
And I get to watch it happen over and over again
Doctor
for all
Strange.
eternity.
You pulled a Doctor Strange on her. That's what you did.
And I think that is where we'll call it for the evening.
We can XP that, right?